Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Usaiwefu, and I come from Africa, specifically in Zimbabwe, and I'm a final year Bachelor of Media and Communication student. Imagine the current job market requires somebody with a skilled portfolio. How it could be for someone who has spent 3 years and failed to secure employment.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. We are Resolution 8 following this competition under program category. So our tagline is Bridging the Portfolio Gap through Social Business. Resolution 8 is offering affordable photography, podcasting, and video production services to AIU and external community. Through a service-based approach, students can deliver a real project, gaining hands-on experience, and build their own strong portfolios by reinvesting 30% of our model to ensure to sustaining operation and upgrading essential resources.
Yes, right. The social issue we found is the challenge of the portfolio gap. And we know that a BMC student, if they want to practice, they need the equipments. But in the market reality, we found that if they want to practice, they need to pay 50 plus ringgit Malaysia per hours. But in the BMC itself, we have around approximately 180 students with only 3 cameras. So with that, they are unable to rent the equipment, so that would lead to they have no professional portfolio. So at the end of the day, if they don't have a good enough portfolio, they will not be able to compete in the career market in the future after the graduation.
Comparing to current commercial rate, Resolution 8 offering 80% savings by utilizing 3 strategic pillars. First, market disruption. We are undercutting the current commercial rate from RM50 to RM10 to 15 per hours only. And through shared economic model, we are utilizing the current AIU facilities that is provided, and then for future proving, we reinvest the model to ensure that the outcome is meet the current standard.
All right, the value proposition. For the customers, they will get the affordable prices with the 80% below the red market. And also, the convenience studio and professional studio in our BMC studio HSS building level 3. And for the freelancers, they will get pay as well as gaining hands-on industry experience with the real clients. And for the partners and funders, we offer the low financial risk and measurable impact such as the outcome of zero unemployment. And the traction, from February to May 2026, we managed to gain 1,250 ringgit Malaysia with the 824 plus participant and 6 institutional and community collaboration. Among them are Puncak Perkhidmatan Complex, AIU Literature Club, Persatuan Wanita Kedah, and many others. And we managed to have so far 10 freelancers.
Currently, we have research project collaboration whereby we have managed to send 4 student crew members, 1 from Resolution 8 member and another 3 are from Year 1 and Year 2 BMC freelancers. With the scope to documentary production, film filming and video editing in collaboration with the research team. Recently, we have sent our key person of Resolution 8, Evelyn, to Dhaka to speak at 30 Club Convention 2026.
All right. Now for the Project Roadmap 2026. At the end of this August, we plan to have AI workshop in collaboration with Start Compen Alosetar. And around August or September, we will have AIU corporate video production. And around September or October, we will have a podcast collaboration with Yadim in the total of 20 episodes. And the exact date of 13 to 15 October 2026, we will documenting an event in collaboration with Exedai. And last one, in the November, we will have a convocation where our target audience is the AIU graduating student. And also today, the media crew is a collaboration between Resolution 8 and another club in BMC, which is Social Lens.
We use the cross-subsidization revenue model, whereby high-value institutional project will support low-cost student services. Such as here, you may see we have 4 tiers. Tier 1, professional production. Tier 2, creative solution. Tier 3 facility access. Those three will support Tier 4, which is foundational services.
All right, the revenue model distribution. Previously, from February to May, we have the revenue model of 30% we reinvested back to our club, and the 70% we pay the freelancers, but only the videographers and photographers. Then we change, we have some improvement because we are not treating all the people who involved in our project equally. So we change the revenue model to 40 and 30%, which is 30% we still reinvest to our club, another 30% we give to the photographers and videographers, and the 40% we give to the crew, which is the people who work behind the scene, such as the technical support, the editors, and so on.
Our ask is RM 13,180 for Resolution 8 2026 Industry Standard, Zero Recurring Debt. Why this amount is needed? Because we already have studio space, licenses, and manpower already in kind. In fact, that within 3 months of operation, we have gained RM 1,250 that proves the demand has already reached before upgrading.
All right, the capital efficiency. We have been utilizing the existing AIU assets such as physical capital, fixed assets, intellectual, or digital software. And for the human capital, we are as the core member of Resolution 8, will be the one who manage all the activities. And for the working capital, we have been using the consumable stuff such as batteries, SD card, and it funded via the first 10 orders of our services.
For growth and sustainability strategy, our vision is a self-sustaining, scalable creative ecosystem that nurtures social entrepreneurs. So students who can earn for themselves, they can create the opportunities for others through expand services, grow collaboration and student participation, alumni pipeline through BMC graduates who have launched their own studio, they can pause production to Resolution 8 for recurring income. And then through mentorship and continuity, through experienced BMC students that train new recruits, and then to ensure that the knowledge is transferred every semester.
All right, for the ethical and legal considerations, for the equipment, facility, and licenses, since we are utilizing the existing AIU assets, so we are comply with the rules and regulation the AIU given to us. And for the human capital and equity, as the revenue model we change, that we want to treat all the people who involved in our project fairly and equally. And for the customer privacy and consents, we keep their data private, and also if we want to post their faces on social media, we ask them first for our marketing purposes. So,
let's build it together. Resolution 8 is a creative, affordable student service, real student income, and a self-funded social business.
For one-time equipment investment, we ask 13,180. Thank you so much. And here are the list of our services. You may scan if you want to book. Okay. All right. If you want to know more about our club, you may scan this. It will lead to our official Instagram account.
And thank you so much. And we have our corporate video, promotional video. You may watch.
Enjoy.
Enjoy.
What if the student didn't have to wait until graduation Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think you are one of the group that actually utilize our equipment to the full. Otherwise, some of this equipment can stand idle and do not bring any benefit. But you are actually able to, maybe have the equipment used 110%, and to the benefits of the students, especially portfolio buildings, which is actually very, very important. You are actually reading ahead of time, preparing yourself for the job market while you are still here. Congratulations for this idea. The questions that I have is that will this work beyond university settings? Or you can replicate this idea to any other universities with any other facilities, because apparently BMC is only one of the facilities. There are so many other facilities that university have that may be able to be utilized. So this is one question. And number two, I'm not a tax collector, and don't worry about giving the right answer. How much have you made yourself through this initiative? No, I mean, that goes to their pocket. I mean, I'm sure because you're doing this for your business ventures, and then, some goes to, business. I mean, you're talking about business, so how much? As a group, you made that much already. Again, as I said, I'm not a tax collector, so don't worry.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I'll answer the first part, which you said, can we replicate the idea outside? So just for clarity, this is under the program. Our idea is mainly to develop the portfolio. Like, we want to enhance the skills that we already have. Like, if we look in each semester, like we have 3 semesters per year, and it's not all of them that you get to do practical work. So the skill is not yet developed. Yet we can do some things, but not everyone is very fast enough in terms of learning. They need more practice. Then to how much we have made so far. So far, this was like a pilot test. We wanted to see, will people really, do they like the kind of service? So we were at a loss, but from 1,250 for the club, we remained with only 300 ringgit, which means the rest of the money went to the freelancers alone without paying the other team. That is why we are coming with the revised model, the 30-30-40, whereby 30% to the freelancer, 30% to the club, 40% to the crew. The crew is like, you see the people that we have here, the photographer, the people who set up the props and everything. So that is how we do. So far we have 300 ringgit, which is a loss, but okay.
The 300 ringgit is to the club, right? So the freelancers are our own students too?
The freelancers were already paid.
Yeah, how much did they get? How much did they get?
At the beginning, we paid 70-30. We used the 70-30%. So 70% of it, all of it went to the freelancers. So for the first 3 projects that you saw, the pictures that we have, we had dryer photo shoot and graduation photo shoot for the graduation in council, the second graduation in council. So for that one, we had 3 main freelancers. We paid them.
Good. Can we go back to the slide where you have your ask of 13,180? To be clear, on this slide, you're asking this amount in order to buy equipment. What happens to the equipment once you graduate?
Okay, since, again, I repeat, this is under the program category, and the aim is to enhance the skills. Like they said, we are about 130 or 180 students from BMC, and we only have 3 cameras. And from these 3 cameras, they have to be shared from first year, second year, and third year, and us as a 3-0 club as well. Of which sometimes we have outside clients who want to operate at the same time that we have class project. So in most cases, we end up canceling our own customers because we cannot also deprive the program because it comes first. Yeah. So that is why. So we want to buy the equipment so that we have equipment specifically for the club, so we can be offering the services without the limitation of waiting for the camera.
So to be clear, once you graduate, the club will be continued by other members.
Yes. Okay, let me explain that part.
Yeah, can you explain your succession planning?
So, for example, I'm the key person. I'm graduating in November, expecting to graduating. We also have Didat and Marina, they are in second year. We have Atif, who is in first year. So the channel is like this. the one who is in second year, as I graduate, they take up the leadership role, and we enroll the people who are coming in October. So it's like a cycle. We want to train from first year, second year, third year, according to the skill that they have. So for me, for example, I can do digital designing, like I can use Photoshop, I can use Illustrator. The ones that are beginning can start with operating, like setting up the props and everything, whilst others can do the photography. So it's like that. We allocate people according to the skill that they have. The equipment remains with the program. What we want is the skill and to enhance their portfolios. So another thing that we are still working on is that we want to give certification at the end, like how many projects you have done. So we want to try as much as possible to make it like 3 months or 6 months, whereby you have consistent projects. So you can at least show what you have done. That is why we also open our Instagram page, so we can post the work that we are doing.
Okay, that's clear. Now with this amount of funding, how much revenue can you generate? Because with the previous equipment, it's very communal based, you are sharing. This belongs solely to this 3-0 club, and you will find other ways to monetize it. But how much revenue can you gain from this equipment, this additional?
Or per year? Oh, okay. The revenue cannot be specifically specified. Can you go to the...
How much additional business can you capture if we give you this additional set of equipment?
So if you can see from this is our services that we are offering, right? So we offer for the AIU community, it's more like subsidized. It's at a lower fee, because the reason why is that, for example, when I came as a first year student, I needed a passport photo. And I had to go to City Plaza, whereby I had to pay 30 ringgit. I also need to pay to go and come back, which means I spent about 50 ringgit. So we saw that as BMC students, we can actually offer the service to the AIU community. So for the AIU community, it's going to be at a lower fee. If you can see here, students 10 to 20 RM per person. But we also offer to the outside, to the external. For the external, we are charging the market rate. Because we want, like from the tiers that Marina explained in the presentation, we want to fund the lower tier, which is the AIU student. Because most of them, they need things, especially professional photography, but they cannot afford to get at that price. So we're going to be charging like this. So we cannot say per month we are going to generate how much revenue, because some of the services is like 60 ringgit, some is 150, some is below that. So we calculate based on the service.
Do you have some idea of internal business versus external business that you want to capture? And for the external business, what is your marketing plan?
Okay. For the external businesses, so far we have some who have been engaging in wedding photography and also event photography. I'm sure if you saw from the first slides, we said we have reached 824 participants. It's because most of them were external. There were events where we were asked to provide the photography, but we cannot share the pictures because we do not have agreement with them to show you the pictures. And for the internal one, like you can see, right now, this is a project that we have with SRI. So we are providing photography and videography services. And we also have, when the book was launched by AIU Literature Club, we also provided the event photography. And also for all student activities that are done on campus, we also provide the photography for that.
So if you can just give us a rough percentage, proportion-wise, internal revenue versus external revenue, how many % are you targeting over the next 12 months?
Maybe we can say 40-60. For the internal revenue, 40% will come from the internal because it's not consistent. It's per event. But from the external one, it's more. So we can basically say 60% of our revenue is going to be external. And also, like we said earlier, like the alumni pipeline, some of the students who already graduated from BMC, they offer the service whereby they do photography, but they do not have license for Adobe Creative Cloud. But we have it in the studio. And like we said in the ethical and legal considerations, we cannot share the subscription, but we can offer them the service of editing for them at a certain fee. Since they are our own alumni, it will be a bit lower. Yeah.
Okay, currently you are all still studying. How much time you can dedicate for this project? I mean, okay, if let's say there is some engagement need your service, and how much time you can spare for this one? Because this one it will determine how much revenue you can generate from your asset. And because we have to see what is your payback period. Okay?
Okay, so currently, what we have tried out so far, our services, can you go to the services? So if you see like the operational hours, it's there's pre-booking. You do not just come and say, I want to do I want to do professional picture. So it's pre-booking. We put these hours because our team and also the BMC students, we have different schedule, like timetable. So we check, they when they book according to this, we see who is free around that time, and we try as much as possible to put it on weekends, especially Saturday and Sunday, because there are no classes. But if it is during the week, there is a pre-booking. You pre-book here, so you when you pre-book, we send you a message to confirm whether you can come or not. If cannot, we give you a date which is free for that.
Just this is not a question, but maybe a request. You know, your the basis of what you do is to increase rate of employment for BMC graduates. You know, I assume now we don't have that good rate of employment, and I think with these clubs, with probably potential support the university give, will you be able to help us to track the employment rates, or or freelancing activities, or even the business being set up by our graduates in the futures?
Yes, for that one we can help. I'm sure our HOP, who is also our advisor, is coming up with something to track, especially for BMC graduate. Because so far, we only know of a few of what they are doing, but majority of the students, we are not sure of what they're engaging in. So this one will also help us to track what they are doing and also to help them create employment. Because some might want to establish this service, but if you do not have Adobe Creative Cloud software for editing, you cannot. Because people want the quality pictures, and also they want the service according to the current standard.
So if the committee agree to get to give you the funding, I will make sure that this is actually linked with the tracking of the graduates of BMCs.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
And sadly, this is the reality of many persons with disability in today's world.
Our project is called Empowering Inclusions, Youth Ambassador for PWD Community. I'm Alia.
And I'm Asma.
We are Social Talent Ambassadors. We are proudly representing BBA Human Resource Management and under the cluster of zero unemployment and zero poverty. So, what is the main issue or the barriers that PWD face in today's world?
Okay, we focus on three main issues. The first issue is high unemployment rate. Of course, people will ask how I am supposed to say it is high unemployment rate. Accordingly, if you see Malaysia and if you just focus on Kedah, in Kedah alone, there are 68,000 registered PWD, but only 291 PWD are with employment. So, it clearly shows that there is a high unemployment rate. And we met Shazana, Miss Shazana in Pokok Sanak. She graduated from UUM. For past 1 year, she doesn't have job. Okay, now let's move to the second main issue. It's limited public awareness. That means, as you can see clearly in the picture, there is a very good construction, very big stairs, but unfortunately there is no ramp to be used by the person with disability who use the wheelchair. And in the second picture, there is a ramp to be used, but unfortunately there is something in the middle, so cannot be used. And the third main issue we focus is lack of soft skill. Okay, so we got to know that McDonald's hire PWD. But when we ask them how PWD engage, they say like PWD only work behind the counter. Just because of the lack of soft skills such as teamwork, communication, and confidence.
Now, let's move to the type of disabilities. We have physical, visual, learning, mental, hearing, speech, and multiple. So, what is the solution and impact that you propose to the issue?
Yes, we social talent ambassadors provide three main solutions for all the issues we mentioned. The first one is job coaching for PWD in collaboration with JKM and Inoko. Second, we provide soft skill development workshop for PWD. And third, we provide an awareness workshop for the public.
As for the impact, the first one is to increase the employment and career opportunities for PWDs. The next one is to greater awareness, acceptance, and inclusions of PWD in the society, and enhance independence and confidence among PWD to improve their overall quality of life. So let's move to our progress.
Okay, so when you see STA from last February until today, we have back-to-back progress. The first progress is the collaboration event with JKM with Mr. Helmi. So JKM is the government organization in Malaysia who take care of PWD and provide job opportunities for PWD. So we got to know many things from Mr. Helmi. And next, the thing is, one day we had 2 sessions with Inoko. Inoko is the private organization in Malaysia, private social enterprise in Malaysia, who give the job opportunities for the PWD. And the next one is with the Inoko, we had another session for all HRM students for their better understanding about inclusive workplace. Next, our STA members actively participated in interviewing the public in many LOSETA to know their awareness level about PWD.
Moving on to the next, STA also successfully conducted the soft skill workshop in PPDK Tanjung Bendahara that includes 5 traits of leadership. Next, we also conducted the training needs analysis with PPDK in Mergong to know the needs that they require. Next one is the 5 days job coaching courses at PKS Bedong. We already registered as a job coach 2 of our team. And we managed to get free 2 slots from them that worth 1,000 ringgit. This is the 15 job coaching module that we have learned during our 5 days there.
Okay, next, moving on. This is JIG preparation. This is the time where we implement what we learned during the job coaching session. Okay, JIG, as you can see in the front, JIG is a tool used by the PWD to make their work more easier. As it has all the manual instruction and it is in an orderly manner, it is more easy to work by the PWD. And next, we met Miss Shazana in Pokoksana, where we interviewed her to know more about her and to find her a job. And next, this is the time where we check whether our jig is more effective with the PWD. So we went to PPDK in Mergong and we checked this jig is mainly for Karapak packaging. So many students managed to effectively pack the Karapak in an easily way. And next, this is the last but not least, we are proudly saying that our social talent ambassador is registered under SSM Malaysia.
And of course, moving on to the next, in our upcoming progress, we're going to apply for the Aspiring Social Enterprise in August, finding job for Miss Shazana, and also finding the next PWD for job coaching. In September, we're going to have the TOT, Training of Trainers with Inoku in KL, and in October, we have the collaboration event with JKM as their facilitators. So now about the money.
Okay, so when it comes to revenue, and of course, in social business, we should not just depend on donation or grants. So to secure our social talent ambassador from last February until now, we got money from 3 ways. The first way is we conducted a workshop called Money Moves and got the 105 ringgit. And next we conducted a workshop called Ace Your Interview and got 27 ringgit. And through the selling of jig, through the jig preparation, we got 10 ringgit commission. Okay, and this is the future revenue stream. How we are going to get the money in future? Yes, when we are certified as a job coacher, we can get 15 ringgit per hour. And in 6 months, we can get 900 ringgit per PWD. And next, this is the cash inflow and outflow. So what is the income we got and what is the expense? And confidently, we have 16 ringgit balance. And next is the grant we request. The grant we request is 10,000 ringgit. It includes 6,000 for 6 modules for all 5 of our STA members. And next, travel and transportation 1,500 ringgit, accommodation 1,500 ringgit, food and beverage 500 ringgit, and meeting materials 500 ringgit. Altogether, it's 10,000 ringgit.
Next, last but not least, is the footprint of social talent ambassador. We start small in Alus Serta Kedah, but we bring it to the Tanjung Bendahara, Pokok Sena, and Sungai Petani. But we're not going to stop over there. We're not going to stop on Kedah only. We're going to bring it from Malaysia to Sri Lanka, India, Indonesia, and Thailand. And why we can say this confidently? It is because this is AIU, Al-Bukhari International University, that is well known of the diversity of the student. So, investor who want to join social talent ambassador to create an inclusive workplace for all
around the world.
Prof. Yunus once said, making money is happiness, but making people happy is super happiness, and that is what social talent ambassador aims to do.
And remember, disability does not mean inability.
Do follow our Instagram and LinkedIn page. Thank you.
Fantastic. As you went on in your presentation, I couldn't help but think about you becoming a very strong NGOs, working hand in hand with the government agencies and other NGOs, foundations, that they have a similar, I'm sure many have a similar missions and aspirations, and they need people like you to actually help them. So the questions that I have here is that how much have you actually tried to engage with foundations or even Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat in actually help you to do what you wanted to do?
The answer is first we had the collaboration session with JKM, and with continuing that we have a good connection with Mr. Helmi, who is the director there, and through that only we were able to get 2 free slots for our 2 STA members. And next, yeah.
Okay, I would like to add, we also had a connection with Deputy Director of JKM in Kedah, Madam Ashikin, and the event that we're going to do in October is under her. So, okay.
And and also with Inoko, we have a good connection.
can-
Yeah, will they put some fund to support these activities?
No, we are going to be the facilitators first.
Yeah,
Right.
for now, we are going to be the facilitators. Later, with the help of them, when we are registered as the job coach, we can get the money, as 900 ringgit after 6 months.
But we already registered as a job
Yeah,
coach.
two
so-
of our SDA members
Yeah.
are registered.
Fantastic presentation, very inspiring. Congratulations. I think it's so rare to see people working with people with disabilities. So my first question, what motivated you to start working with this group of people? Second question, you have a funding request of 10,000 ringgit. What would be the social impact after this? So we put 10,000 ringgit on the table to train the trainers and cover the costs related to that. And then what would the social impact be? Third question is related to your employment footprint. So you started off the presentation by focusing on Kedah, saying that out of 68,000 PWDs in Kedah, only 291 have jobs. What about the gap, and how can you play a role in closing that gap? I want to hear a bit more tangible outcomes, because a lot of the work that you're doing is awareness, is data gathering, it's a bit of experimental work here and there, which is good and it's really important. But long-term sustainability and growth, I wanted to hear some of your thoughts on that.
Okay, so the first for the first question, like what inspired us to work with PWD? To be honest, personally, I have 2 PWD in my family, but actually they are so active. They are not, but they can do their own works. But the family didn't provide them the education in their childhood. So until now, they want to be the dependent on their parents. So this one, like when we create this initiative and when we get this back to our country, we can create more job opportunities for PWD. And as HR, we have to see the people, and we have to create an inclusive workplace, not just with the normal person. We have to take all the PWD and have to create an inclusive workspace. Okay, sorry.
There were a few other questions related to employment, how you will close the employment gap, and what would be your method to scale. What happens after 10,000 ringgit? We put 10,000 ringgit on the table, train the trainers, and cover all the costs related to that, and then what? How many people can you reach? How many jobs will you provide? How many PWDs will be in your network? So it's not just about enhancing your capacity, but what is the spillover effect to the community, specifically the PWDs?
Okay, for the information how we are getting to know where is the PWD is from JKM, because all the records are up to date with the JKM. So they provide us the information, and we take the information and we train them. Okay, with the 10,000, we are going to be trained as the certified job coach. So after that, we can train the PWD. With the information of JKM, we can train them. So yeah.
Let's unpack that a bit more. You have the information, you train them. How many can you train?
Okay. I go to the job coaching last time. So as a job coach, I cannot take like a day. I cannot take 3 PWDs in a day, because it's limit, something like that. It's limit. So I can earn up to 900 ringgit, but I cannot train PWD for 3 PWDs in a day. Maximum is like 2, but in another day as well, like in a month 3 or 2, like that.
So one coach can only train 2 PWDs in a month.
Yeah.
And
So that we can focus more on the PWDs.
I understand. So during that month, you cover all 6 modules? Or how long? Because it takes 6 modules to complete the training, or 6 modules to train yourself?
6 modules to train
Okay,
ourselves.
but the coaching is just 1 month.
No,
The-
after 6 months.
The coaching is 6 months, because when we receive the PWD, we need to prepare them for their resume, get them training about their job.
So we're investing 10,000 to train 6 people.
5 people.
5, okay, to train 5 people, and these 5 people will be able to help 10 PWDs. over 6 months?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have any success story that you can share with us?
Success story. The success story is what we learned during the job coaching that we implemented it. As it is a short period, we just did this and we tested it with the PPDK in Mergong. And all those students, normally when we say them, just take the Karapak, just put it in the bag and close the Ziploc bag and put our logo, they won't understand it. But when we do ask them to do it in an order with the instructions, they do it very easily. There were many, actually all of them are not that active, but there are few PWD who are active. So as HR, we are not focusing that we must improve all of them. Even if we improve one, it is a very big impact we achieve. Thank you so much. Okay.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We are EcoPoints group a group of students from computer science who comes together with one common goal, which make recycling easier and more rewarding for our community. So first, we want to start, so I'm Sarara Suli, next slide. I'm Sarara Suli, and on behalf of the team, I will present our project with my teammate Anas Muhammad. So first, I want to start with very simple question. If people already know that the bottles should be recycled, why most of the bottles is still landing off to our environment? So I think the problem not is not that they don't know that recycling is important. The problem is that the current recycling system is inconvenient, unrewarding, and it is difficult for the people that recycling become a habit for them. They think the recycling is an extra task and they will ignore it. So we come with our EcoPoints project that we want to make a system that make recycling easier and more engaging for the students. First of all, I want to tell the issues that we found, and these issues lead us to have our project. First issue is the global plastic waste. Since 1950, there is 8.3 billion tons of plastic which already produced, but only 9% of them is recycled, and all others go back to our environment. And another problem is manual sorting system. Most of people don't know what happens to the collected recycling bottles because the traditional recycling system is manually and it can have human errors. It's too slow and takes time, and also it can be the cause that the recyclable materials become mixed, and this make the recycling less efficient. Next slide. The another one is, which is the most important problem, is lack of the motivation. Because people think that recycling is just an extra task. It doesn't have any benefit for them. It doesn't make a reason for them that come back and do the recycling again. So, and the next one is the trust gap. Also, people or students have the trust problem. They don't know how the system works, how the bottles were recycled, and how they will receive their points, and how they can use the points. They are not sure that how their points are secure, and they will think that their points may be manipulated with other pupils. So with all of these, we come with one solution, that we build the eco points. Yeah, so these problems tell us that what if we can make a system that it help us to make recycling easier, efficient, and more rewarding for the students. So the proposed solution first, next slide. The first one is the IoT smart bins or reverse vending machine. This is a very smart machine. Students, instead of putting the bottles in the normal bins, they can put it in the smart machines. A smart machine detects and validates the bottle, and then it will go to the recycling parts, which this make the recycling and the sorting process more efficient. The another part is our EcoPoints mobile application. Mobile application allow the students that they see their growth and they see the track of their rewards. They can instantly see how their rewards going up. They can also compete with other students on leaderboards, and they can motivate the other students by seeing their rewards on the leaderboard. So next one is the blockchain tracking. Maybe the concept of blockchain be very complicated for others, but we can consider it just as a secure digital record book. This blockchain just save or record the transactions and the rewards of the students securely. The students just make sure that with this system, their record is completely safe and no one can manipulate their rewards or make changes on the system. With all of these things, we can say that it is too easy and simple. Students just put or insert the bottles in the machine. Machine detect and validate the item, and then students immediately will receive the rewards. And this make a complete recycling ecosystem. Next, so after we understand the issue and the impact and the issue and the solutions, now we have to know why EcoPoints. because we already have some recycling systems. And what makes our project different from the existing project, from the existing recycling systems? So now we will explain the novelty and market gap of our project, which Alan will present.
Okay, now I'm sure some of you might be asking, this is not a new concept. There is already like a recycling app that exists. So what's the difference between our app and also the existing competitors? The first one, which is the untapped northern market. Based on our research that we did, most of the apps, the most used apps, recycling apps in Malaysia that are more focused on KL area and also Penang, based on our research. And so EcoPoint is starting from the northern part, from here, from Kedah. And as well, we plan to expand to Perlis and the surrounding states. And the second one, which is the true gamification. Based on our research, the apps that we tried from the competitors, the concept is basic. You take your plastic bottle and then you go to the reverse vending machine and then you put the bottle and then you get the rewards. There is no things like a leadership board. You don't see like how much you recycle or how much your friend recycled. There is no like badges and this thing. This is the thing that we add. This is the advantage of EcoPoints, that we have leadership board and also badges. So let's say, for example, if you recycle a lot in 1 week, maybe you will get like the most recycle or the friend of the environment or something like that. The third one, which is the campus scaling first. So instead of like deploying in markets or malls, we are starting from the campus, especially also from our campus, which is one of our novelties. First, the high density students communities. Moving on. So these are two of the apps that are used here in Malaysia, which is Clean. As you can see from the map, from their own website, this is the locations for the recycling bins. Most of it here are concentrated here around KL area. And this one, which is the Recycle app, as we can see, there are some in Kuala Lumpur and a lot here in Penang. Our question is simple. If, let's say, a student like me wants to use the same technology, the same concept, I want to take my bottles and then go and recycle them. Does that mean that I have to go to Penang or KL to recycle my bottles? That's the question, that's the gap that we are trying to fill. Moving on to the EcoPoint unique selling positions. As you can see, in terms of the model and mission, EcoPoint is mainly a social business. But for other apps, they are for profit. And the physical presence in Kedah, EcoPoint, we plan to start from here, from Kedah. And for other apps, they have in urban RVMs, they have app-based and also, but for some of them, they don't have. It's only for e-waste. And for accessibility, let's say we have here in AIU, a student can just walk to maybe cafeteria and then they just go and recycle their plastic very easily. So it's very accessible for the students. And then the user experience, just like we mentioned, the gamification and also transparent ledger, which is basically the blockchain technology, and the deployment, campus first, and the reward ecosystem, instant campus reward. Once you recycle, the rewards will come in the app directly. Moving on. So in terms of our progress so far, we started from the research of the problem. We researched the problem by researching our campus, and also we analyze the existing solutions, and then moving on to getting the concept of EcoPoint, and then moving into the system design, the smart pin workflow, and then the mobile application interface, and then to the prototype development, which it's not a prototype, but it's more like a proof of concept that we have here. Our pin, this one we created, our seniors created from simple IoT sensors and also a screen to understand how the interaction between the app and the pin is working and all the back end logic. And then the testing and outreach, and then our future plan, which is the pilot preparation. Moving on. As you can see, this is all the components of the smart pin and also our app, but I think the video is working. Okay, moving on, we have another video. Yeah. No, okay, this is the proposed pin that we are proposing, because this pin is not it's just a proof of concept. So for us to get the actual one, which is the pin that we propose here, this kind of pin can have a capacity of 800 pieces. and like plastic, and also have the capacity of having plastic bottles and also aluminum cans. So not only plastic, but also we can increase to also aluminum cans. Moving on. This is more like an illustration of what's inside the actual pin. So in terms of connectivity, the collection verification, the admission and validation systems, and so on. Okay. Now moving on to our estimation of project capital. The fixed assets that we have is the RVM hardware itself. We are planning to employ 3 of them in the campus, which is around 30,000. And then to the monthly commitments, which is mainly related to the app, and it's like application server, database storage, and additional backup and domain, and then the contingency fees and expenses. Moving on. So for the, as you can see here, this is more like a math of, let's say that we have approximately 2,500 students. If 50% of them recycle, let's say each one of them recycle 4 bottles in 1 week. We will recycle around 5,000 bottles in 1 week. And if you compare it to the Malaysian average price for one PET bottle, which is 0.50 to 1.50, we will have a total monthly revenue of around 400 to 900. Moving on. So this is the expected impact in the short term, which is the net carbon, 50 bottles a week diverted from landfills. For recycling becomes a daily habit for the medium term, and for the long term, which is scaling the successful model to other campuses. Moving on to the revenue model.
Okay, after understanding the issue, solution, and the uniqueness of our project, we just reached to our important social business question that what make our project to running and growing in the long term. We have 3 different revenue for our project. First one, we receive the money from the product that we will sell for our partners, and we already have reached out to some companies and received one positive response from Atlas. Then we have digital corporate sponsorship that companies and organizations can sponsor our smart bin or student rewards. And also the next one is transaction fees. For each transaction that students receive from their points, there will be a commission of 5%. And next, we have, next is the growth. And then we have 3 phases of the growth for this project, which makes our project more sustainable, and it helps the students and the environment to to receive points and make the recycling easier and more engaging for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. What is your financial request, your funding request in the first phase?
It's 37,000.
That's very high. Okay, tell us a bit more about 32,000. Can you give us a breakdown of 32,300? And what does your final product look like?
Okay, so most of the expenses here are, the big portion of the expenses is related to the reverse vending machine itself, because this type of reverse vending machine are not really cheap. It requires a supplier, and most of them are in dollars. So this is the price is converted to ringgit for 3 of them.
You also shared with us the competitive landscape and some of your competitors. Why haven't they moved to Kedah, and why don't they already provide their reverse vending machines to universities and to the population that you are targeting?
So for the competitors that we mentioned, I think their main mission is focused more into commercial areas, the areas that they are like people have better accessibilities, and also there are more people, like for example KL and Penang. So it's more commercially more benefitable. We reached out to one of the companies, which is Atlas. Atlas is a Malaysian company that is related to, they are focused on vending machines, and they have different companies around, different branches around, and we reach out to them, and actually we got like a positive feedback from them. So this could be one of our ventures. This could be one of our like plan B. Instead of exporting, why not collaborate with a company that's already doing the same thing in Malaysia?
How do you make sure the users use this vending machine? You can have the vending machine, you can do the gamification, you can do all this, but How do you make sure that people use it? Because it involves change in behavior.
Yeah, when people receive points, we need to understand that each time they recycle, they will receive some points, and they can use these points in our cafeteria, in other parts that we have collaborate with them. So they will, this system allows them or encourage them to do and come repeat the recycling, because the points is something free that they can achieve it.
But one important thing is that we are also planning to do promotional campaign. So we use our social media to create more awareness and to encourage more people to recycle, basically. So because like just bringing the bin and okay, guys, come recycle is not enough sufficiently. So it's very important that we also teach people how to use it, teach people where it is, teach people the locations, and also encouraging more people to try it and to explore it.
So based on the amount of waste that is produced by one person, however much that is per month, how much can he or she get from this machine once they convert it into some monetary terms?
Okay, say for example, a person maybe like in a week maybe they buy water bottles from the vending machines in AIU or even from outside. Let's say they buy like maybe five vending machines. So the change to our point, which is the eco point, it depends on our agreements with the vendors. Let's say, for example, AIU cafeteria and also our commercial partners. So based on maybe let's say that they recycle 4 bottles in 1 week, maybe it can be converted to one eco point. So that one eco point can be exchanged in the cafeteria, and maybe you can get 1 ringgit. But it also depends on our agreement with the vendor and also different financial aspect.
Sorry, one last question. Why 3?
Why because we will exploring the numbers of pins, like how much we need. So we were thinking of maybe 4 or 3 or 2, but we thought that 2 is too less, and 4 might be a lot. If we add 4 to the budget, it will be around 40K. So it will be like a lot. So we thought the best option was to go with 3. Let's say that we have 3 pins. We already have the locations that we will put them in mind. So let's say, for example, we put one in around the female hostel area, and one around the male hostel area, and one in the cafeteria or even in student center. So these are the locations that like people are like a lot of people are already there. So we are targeting the dense like the places with the high traffic, like people are hanging around and all these things. So we feel that for AIU campus, 3 is the perfect number, and also looking at the budget.
Okay. In fact, I go around Alosa town. In fact, there are a few similar machines. Okay, they are collecting the bottles and everything, and then they get some rewards. And what is your solution compared to the one that having in Alosa town? And also, what is your this system different from this Iraman exchange? Because rather than you are investing about 37,000 for your this machine, why not we may collaborate with whoever company that run that machine to have the machine at the campus?
We just like I mentioned before, we reach out to different companies like Idaman, which is like a very known partner for the university. They handle the waste management in the university, and we reach out to GSM, and we reach out to Global Recycle as well. I think this one is around Penang, and we reach out to Atlas, just I mentioned. So we're exploring the different ventures that we do. If we could collaborate with, let's say, for example, Atlas, they are very well known, and they have a different initiatives. Especially, they are targeting universities, and we already sent them an email. They already accepted our email, and they forwarded to the ones responsible in their companies for that. So, if we could explore a collaboration areas where we can collaborate with a company that will bring their machines to AIU or help us even in finding out how to do collaborating with us, we are definitely finding our options and seeing what are our best options. especially if it's will increase the funding amount to a reasonable amount and will help us in achieving our goal, which is basically reducing the plastic waste and also encouraging more awareness among the students. Thank you so much.
Dear respected judges, please allow me to begin my presentation with the real story. This is a story of a student at Al-Bukhari International University, a student whose grades start dropping, not because he is lazy, not because he lacks intelligence, and not because he is unserious about his studies, but simply because he do not have access to digital device. And that student was me. In 2024, I have experience trying to survive academically without having a proper digital device. While others could complete their assignments and have access to learning materials, I had no choice. I have to depend on borrowing and finding a temporary solution. But today I stand here not representing only my own story, but the story of an experience of more than 35% of AIU students, those who do not have access to proper digital devices. This is what our research revealed. Digital inequality exists among AIU students. More than 35% of AIU students still struggling to have digital access. But before we talk about the solutions, let's try to understand the problems. Among AIU students, we have three main problems within AIU students. First, digital poverty already exists among AIU students. The second one, limited financial accessibility. And the third one, lack of sustainable system. And all these problems are connected. When we talk about digital poverty among AIU students, if the students do not have digital devices, they cannot have access to learning materials. And the second problem is limited financial accessibility. If the students do not have money to buy the laptop, that means still now the problem will continue. And the third one, lack of sustainability. If the system is not sustainable enough, still the problem will echo from one student to another student. We, Amana X, we believe that we can solve this problem. We bring our Murabaha contract, where the student can own the laptop instead of borrowing the laptop. Through this contract, the student will give them the laptop to own it. Second, community credit engagement. We developed this system through our collaboration with UNFPA. This collaboration initially came to AIU here. They choose two teams, which is Amana X and Edu Engage, where the student can own the laptop through this one. How? Because the student will engage in community credit, where they will go and teach another student, which is Rohingya students. Those teaching, the community credit that they will receive, it will help them to pay their monthly installment. From there, the student is not just financing the laptop, but is contributing to the society. It's also part of the solution that we are trying to solve. This is what Amana X is trying to solve. And we developed a sustainable system where we are not supporting only one student. We are recycling our system to support one student to another student. Can you please go to? You may ask how Amana X works. This is how Amana X works. We will receive the endowment fund from the funder, and Amana X will collect the money and manage it to buy the laptop for the student. And this student, you have two options. Either you pay your installment from your own pocket monthly, or you subscribe to our UNFPA program. This UNFPA program will help you to learn because you are teaching others. If you are teaching, still now you are learning, and you are engaging with the community, and you are solving the problem at the same time. Can you go to the next slide? Some might ask, what is the difference between Amana X and traditional financing system or conventional one? We are different with them because if you see conventional one, most of their financing system is based on interest. And if the student cannot pay, they will do the extra charging. And number three also, if you want to subscribe this one, you need to have a very good financial background. And AIU students, most of them are B40 students. They cannot afford that one. So through this one, we are totally different. Through our even name, we have Murabaha contract, which is fully Sharia compliant. No riba, no garar, no speculation. We also give them a flexible system, which is more transparency. Either the student, your background is low income or non-low income, we give you the system where you can own the laptop and perform your academic well. Go to the next slide. Before Amana X try to do this business, we conduct the survey. This is what survey revealed, to know what is the demand and to know what is the preference for AIU, the pricing system. We found that 80% of AIU students, they want to subscribe Amana X system to have a laptop. And the problem is 35% of them are still struggling to have a digital devices. This is our unique selling. This makes Amana X unique with any other business. Because in AIU here, in the market system, we have three types of market where the student can get the laptop. The first one is student center laptop shops. AIU has student center here. The laptop shop is there, but still now the problem is ACOS. Why? Because of the student cannot afford it. If the student want to buy the laptop through there, you have to pay 80%. And that 20% remaining, you have to complete it within 2 months. The student still cannot afford that one. You go to Shopee, buy now, pay later. They have system where student can pay the laptop through installment. But AIU, we have 80% of international students. And those students are not eligible to use this system because of some documentation requirement. We have three options, which is AIU library. Yes, AIU is helping students to give them the laptop through our library borrowing system. But it's limited because the library has only 60 laptops. And through that 60 laptops, 55 laptops only can go outside. The 5 laptops remain inside. Additionally, this library laptop borrowing system, they can give you for only 2 days, 3 nights. And student cannot download any software there because if you download the software there, another student is going to use. So that means the problem is still echo because it's not that much efficient to help the students. So through this one, Amana X try to solve all these problems. We give them the flexibility. We give them no upfront payment, and the system is fully transparent and Sharia compliant.
All right. So I will talk about our value proposition. Amana X doesn't only bring value to the students, but also to the investors as well as the society. First, we provide access to affordable laptops through a Sharia compliance for the students. Then secondly, for the investors, it's a sustainable social impact which align with the ESG and also CSR goals. And also the funds will be like a revolving funds that will continue to use to invest more on the student through our cash inflow. And the Third one is the society. Quality education for underserved students, youth empowerment through community credit, which is going to be for society, just like as my friend already mentioned about the Rohingya students. Then now I want to talk about where Amana X is. From February to August, we have a progress through 4 areas. First is the market validation. We conducted survey and also look into the demands for the students. Then the second one is the strategic partnership with the UNFPA, as my friend already shared about, and also the collaboration we did with DRB HICOM, Etika Takapul, and for the outreach of the capital. So the third one is the financial and operational readiness, and the fourth one is the legal and also risk framework. This is the session we had with MBSB where we pitched our idea to them. Okay, now about our estimation of the capital. First, we want to start with 3 laptops to help 3 students, which is going to be approximately 9,000 RM. And secondly, for the expansion phase, it's going to be 10 laptops for 10 students that will cost 30,000 RM. This is our revenue model where Amana X will be making their money through Murabaha financing, which is profit. The cost of the laptop plus the profit we will gain through the agreement of the Murabaha. And also the our secondary revenue model is institutional funding, which is Zakat, Bank, Takapul, and CSR funds, and also the campaign, campus fundraising campaign. This is why sustainability of Amana X is important. First, we will start with the 3 students to test the repayment, and through that, we will it will help the student through the strategic partnership we had, and also one of the important thing is Amana external expansion model, which is we are going to continue using the money we have to help other students. We are not going to wait. This shows that Amana X not only rely on getting another new capital, but using the capital they already got to help make the funds revolving continue with the other students. And also, we want to replicate this model to another universities after we solve the digital poverty among AIU students. This is how our investment timeline is going to be. First, we start with 3 laptops that will cost us 3,000 each laptop. The percentage for the profit is 10%. The payment will be 3,300. It will be the installment months will be 18 months. So the first month, this is how it's going to be. We have 3 laptops. We'll be collecting 183 RM for the 3 laptops. That will be 5,500. From this month to month 6, we already got 3,300. We are not going to wait until we get another capital. We are just going to use this money and buy another laptop for another students. Then from month 11, we already got another laptop, which already 5 laptops within 11 months. Here comes to our main message. Every student, every laptop financed through Amana X is an investment. When you give a student proper tools, you are investing investing for him to learn, to perform, and also prepare for his own future. This is our about. So this, just like 27 RM brought to us to the world microfinance bank, the 9,000 RM we are going to collect will bring an engine that will be helping other students to solve the digital poverty in this digital era. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Has the pilot successfully concluded? The pilot with the 3 students?
Yeah, we are yet to start the pilot phase because we didn't get the capital still now. So we want to start with that 3 laptop to test the student payment. But we are yet to start it yet.
Okay, can you go back to the earlier slide? I think slide 2 or 3. Next. Yes, this one. So how big is the team? What is your role? What is your background? And you mentioned just now you have some strategic collaboration. What role do those partners play in this ecosystem? And how will you scale beyond 10, assuming that you get the funding today?
Okay, I will answer some and Sadiq will complete the other one. Thank you so much
also
for
give
that
us
question.
your names because you didn't introduce yourselves.
Yeah, okay.
We don't want to waste time. I am Abubakar Sadiq Ali from Nigeria.
You're Abu Bakar, okay, and your friend is Sazali.
Sazali Manjama.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Thank you so much for that question. Question number one, what is our role and what is our major? For us, all of us are Islamic finance students in Al-Bukhari International University here. So we have different roles. I'm the project manager and we have our finance manager and other team members also. Each of them, they have their roles. The lady here, she is the secretary of the project and we have our media and we have our logistic. So all those people, they have their own part to play. So the second question was, sorry, can you please repeat the question?
The collaboration, right?
Okay.
Collaboration and also what happens after 10. So now you're saying you haven't even started with the 3. Because at first you start with 3 and then you go to 10, right?
Yeah.
So the 3 students, what is the status of that? And then the 10, assuming you can get the funding, what happens after 10?
Okay. First of all, our collaboration, I will start with that one. So Alhamdulillah, we have advisors, those who help us to have the collaboration with UNFPA. So this collaboration with UNFPA, because UNFPA, they came to AIU here, so they preach the project to them. So Alhamdulillah, they choose our project and Edu engage. So these 2 projects, they choose them. So for us, they will help the students to pay the installment. Because as we all know, AIU students, most of them, they came from low background countries or low background income. So they will help them to do the community engagement. Through that community engagement, UNFPA will pay their monthly installment to Amana X. So from there, that Amana X is helping too, because it's helping students to engage with the community. Number one, it's helping them also to pay their monthly installment.
So on that point, what is the budget that UNFPA has given you?
UNFPA given for the student, per hour is 10 ringgit. So per month is 150. So if you check our model,
it's 183.
183.
Yeah, sorry, 183. Yeah. So if you check our module, they can pay that one. The remaining one, it will be just less, so they can pay that by their own. Sadiq, you can continue with the third question.
I think you covered almost everything as he already mentioned.
And also with reference to other programs and products, are you going to go into other financing mechanisms or are you just going to focus on laptops because you want to tackle digital poverty, as you call it?
Yes, our main, right now, we want to tackle the digital poverty first, which he already mentioned the way we are going to do it, because it's, as we said, we noticed that the digital poverty, he already showed the graph and everything, the percentage. So we feel like this is among the basic needs, digital poverty, because in this era, we need to solve digital poverty, because a lot of students cannot, like, there are opportunities online, but because of they don't have the laptops, they cannot be among the ones having the chance to get the opportunities.
How do you decide on a profit margin of 10%?
How do we decide the profit
How
margin?
do you derive 10%? Because if you go to the later part of your presentation, I see the number 10%. Yeah, before, yes.
Yeah.
Profit 10%. Why 10%? Why not higher? Why not lower?
So the Murabaha contract itself is, the contract itself, designed like that. Cost plus profit margin, and we will disclose the profit margin. That is the 10%. So that 10%, why we don't want to bother the students? Because as I mentioned, student center, there is another shop. So that shop, they are asking them to pay for the upfront 80% and finish the remaining 20% within 2 months. Still now, the student cannot do it. So we charge for only 10% so that we can help the student to get the laptop. And at the same time, we can also help ourselves to reinvest to help another student, like to buy the new laptop for another student, because we are using Murabaha.
I understand. How do you derive 10%?
From the profit that we get, from the, let's say, for example.
How do you calculate the 10%? Why do you decide 10% is the right profit? Why not 8%? Why not 12%?
If we make it less than that 10%, it will affect us also, because we will not be able to get another laptop to help. So the 10% is the perfect amount that we can get. If we increase also more than 10%, it may be difficult for the student to pay. And through our UNFPA also, that's the
so that will
price
cover,
that we...
that will cover your cost and allow you to grow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. In fact, I'm not very. I don't really understand how this UNFPA works, because it seems like you can repay from your credit management from the community. So I don't know how this works. Maybe you can explain it to me further. And secondly, is that it looks like you are giving the micro financing to the student to buy the laptop. Do you ever consider the legal factor of Malaysia? Because when you're giving out loan, you need to have a license.
This is Morabaha financing, so it's Islamic finance instrument. So um, it's allowed. I mean, the 10% it's already locked. We have to tell the student first the amount we bought the laptop for him, and also then through the agreement you agree and sign that yes, this is what we agreed upon. And the first question was, okay, the UNPA, right? Yeah. So it's basically the reason why we did collaboration is that because the students, as my friend already said again, I will say it again that we are all from a low background. The income is low, so all we rely on is the monthly allowance we used to get here. We are not working, so through that monthly allowance, if you say student have to remove 183 RM among that, it's a huge amount of money for him. So we look into that and to reduce our risks so that student might not be able to pay. But if we did this partnership, we also reduce our risks and also help the student. So the partnership is actually, if you did engagement, community engagement, you help others, you help the society, then the UNFPA will help you pay the money. So it's basically per hourly, 10 RM. So in a month, student will be able to conduct to get up to 150 RM. So the remaining 33 RM he will be paying from his own pocket money.
Actually, additionally, what he said, like what you are mentioning, for us we are using endowment, because if you give us endowment money, now the money is our project. It's not like loan. So for us, we will use that endowment money to help others. That's the basic idea for it. So that endowment money is just like you are not, for example, if you give the money, you are not, how to call it, expecting something, but you are giving money for endowment to the project. So we are not taking the money, but we are investing, using that money to help others also. That's the work concept. So, but we use endowment.
The collaboration
because
is
the legal
also
procedure for the work.
It's also with another club, which they already have the model of teaching the Rohingya students. So our students are the one that our target beneficiaries will work with through that model. They will guide them, and they will be able to teach the student how to read, write, and also some basics mathematics calculations. So that's why basically why they are getting paid, because they did the community service, they help others, then they will be supported also by the UNFPA. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, respected judges and dear audience. So we are here today to present our business. Actually, it's more on the safety and sustainability. We are from program category, Bachelor in Early Childhood Education, and our cluster is Zero Net Carbon Emission. So our business name is Bebe Art, natural art for little hands. Let me introduce our team. We have our advisor, our co-advisor, team leader, and members. I am one of the member of Bebe Art, Warisha Khan. So now I will start my presentation from a very simple question. Do you really know the ingredients inside a crayon that your child is using in school and home? The answer is no, right? Because we don't know many of the crayons, they are using toxic materials. Because when we were about to do the research on this project, this business, then we found out that they are using polyethylene and paraffin wax. That's why it's a very toxic, not only for the children, but as well as for the environment. And also the affordability. It's even though the crayons are toxic, but still they are selling those crayons at a very high price. And even we searched that many of the crayons are non-toxic, but the price is too high that the parents cannot buy for their children. So these are some of the cases. As you can see, children learn from senses, right? They want to touch, they want to eat, and everything they put in their mouth. These are the cases, and we estimated, this is from the research, that 70% of the crayons worldwide are toxic, and they are selling to kindergartens and preschools. So now I will tell you why this Bebe art come into existence. So our solutions are that we are using the ingredients that are non-toxic for the environment and for the children as well. Our previous crayon was this one. This one was our prototype, as you can see from there also. But here we only use 2 ingredients, beeswax and natural food coloring. So Bebe art more focus on the extract from plants and minerals. And now this one is our new prototype. Here we use different ingredients like carnauba wax, and along with that kaolin clay and natural color powder, and also beeswax. These all are the extract from plant and as well as from the minerals. And this one are the toxic crayons. So now this is our product. We are selling our crayon around 19.90 ringgit per set, and in one set we are selling 5 crayons. We first focuses on the primary color, and then we will make it to more colors, maybe 12 or maybe 10. So this is the breakdown of the cost, and we are getting the profit of 8.95 per box. So now let's watch a short video how we are producing our crayons. Okay, so now we will do the comparison between the crayons. The regular crayons mean the toxic crayon, and also the Bebe art. As you can see, the one comparison is a very direct eye-catching, and it's the price. We are selling 19.90. You can see here, our crayons are too big as compared to the toxic one. This is the size of both of the crayons. So the price also, even we are selling only 5 crayons per box. But the thing is, we are using natural ingredients and extract from plants and minerals. But they are using from polyethylene and paraffin wax. And also another thing is we are giving, this is our unique selling proposition, that we are giving with the crayon a free book, coloring book, as you can see on the table. So now this is our required project capital. It's around 1,753. Actually, we are not getting any cost, any profit in the first. We are getting the profit, but not like the one like we invest around 1,753. It's only just like in the first cycle, second cycle, it's like a bit less the profit. But in the third cycle, we will get our more than this 1,000. It's like around 1,900 something. So that's also a thing, because for the business, we need to invest first, and then we will get the profit. So now, like how Bebe Art will generate income. So the Bebe Art will generate income from the direct sales and also customize direct sale to kindergartens and preschools. And then customize and personalize products. Like for example, in our university, we have too many lecturers that have children and grandchildren. We will give the crayons to them. We will sell the crayons to them to buy the crayons. And also we will then dive into Shein, Shopee, and TikTok for like more selling. Our marketing strategy is Instagram and Instagram page. We already make our Instagram page, and along with that, we will make our WhatsApp group with the parents inside the AIU and also with the kindergartens and preschools outside. Like the one we are from early childhood education, so we know many of the kindergartens and preschools. Then we will do door-to-door promotion like the nearby kindergartens and preschools. Along with that, we will collaboration and join events like night markets and other kinds of markets. So now the question is why you will invest in our business. And the answer is because you want to save the children, you want to save the environment. That's why you will give us the money we want. And another thing is the affordability. Because what is the point of Bebe Art if parents cannot afford? That's why you want the affordability for the parents that can buy non-toxic crayons for their children. Now the sustainability strategy, the first thing first, like we are using natural ingredients extract from plants and minerals. And then we are selling it at a very affordable price. And then the growth strategy, we will apply for halal certification and also for the medical certification from the Ministry of Health of Malaysia. And even we are 5 members from different countries, so we will bring this business back to our countries also. So the progress, we already present this business in front of Ms. Sharifa, if you remember. At that time, we were empty-handed without any prototypes. But this time, we, mashallah, did 3 prototypes. And this one is I will not say the final, but like the good one that we think like it's the good, but we will, inshallah, do more. So now that's all from us. So I will again say, like, why you want to invest? Because you want to protect the environment, the children, and give affordable products to parents all across the world to buy for their children. So it's not that much. It's only 1,753. So that's all from Bebe Art. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for your presentation, and it's nice to see you make very promising progress since the last time I heard your pitch. So congratulations on that. Couple questions. First, with reference to the investment ask of less than 2,000 ringgit, how will you spend this amount, and how much production capacity can you achieve with this amount of investment? Second, with reference to certification, now you're claiming that this is safe, it's non-toxic. We believe you. But you need some kind of stamp of approval and certification, and I see that in your production future growth strategy or whatever. So can you tell us a bit more how much that would cost? And I would encourage you to do that earlier in your phase of growth.
So the first question is about the budget, like how we will do progress only in 2,000 ringgit. So as I already said, like we are not taking that much profit in the first and second cycle. And for the cycles, we are producing 40 sets of the crayons that we will sell to kindergartens and preschools. But it's just the estimation, because inshallah, maybe we will do more from this. So it's just the estimation that we will do 40 sets per 2 months. It's like the whole program is about 6 months. 2 months, 2 months, 2 months. So 3 cycles. Then in the last cycle, we will get 1,900 ringgit. And then can I?
Certification. Certification, the cost of certification. I would suggest you do that earlier on, but where is the cost captured here?
Actually, like the safety and hygiene, we can for now we didn't include that one because maybe it will not cost that much. Maybe we can include here in the project expenses.
Sometimes when you are working towards certain certifications or you want to get accredited by certain agencies or standards, you need to have certain requirements. And those
money
could be, it's usually equipment or like hygiene standards, which requires you to invest in certain facilities. Then they can say, okay, your product is safe or your product can be consumed. In this case, it's not consumables, but for it to be safe, the regulatory bodies or the agencies that grant the certification sometimes would require you to have certain standards. So it doesn't look to me as if that has been reflected in your budget today.
Only for the certification part,
yeah,
like we didn't include.
I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think any of this is related to the certification. It's more your production today, right?
Like this one is the variable cost that we need, and then the fixed assets, and also like the project expenses. But here,
because your main selling point is that it's safe and it's non-toxic. But the point is that that's us believing you. That's from your mouth. And I believe you, like I'm not questioning that. But to the consumer outside, when your product is just put on a shelf with other products and there's nobody like yourself to explain the story that you're sharing with us today, they're just going to pick up a brand that they're familiar with, right? They're not going to think twice or 3 times. Maybe they will go on price basis, in which case they might pick up your product. But your unique selling point is the safe and non-toxic factor, which means that certification is very important. To get the certification, you might need to invest in certain equipment or facilities that the accreditation agency of that certification body can say, okay, your product is safe.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, already. But that one we put in the growth strategy, like in the future we will do this. So maybe because of that we didn't add here. Like we only now ask for the production and all that. But after this directly we will apply for the certification for the halal and medical.
I think before you can really commercialize your product, I think you need that certification before you really market, because this is dealing with children as young maybe infant. So to parent safety is very important to select your product. And secondly is that the how you can get the customer to buy your product. Okay, one is a certification. The other one is that you set your pricing at 19 ringgit 90 cent. And if let's say you can get that certification, I believe that you can get higher price, okay, than the normal crayon. And thirdly is about the certification. I don't think this is going to be cheap, because if this is talking about Malaysian, so the cost can be very high. So you have to check on that. And maybe you have to change the way that you want to market your crayon. So we have to see what is the cost going to look like. Maybe you have to collaborate with somebody who already have the facility to produce your product. Then you can collaborate with them and use your own brand rather than you manufacture it yourself.
Like workshops or factory, like something.
Yes.
Can also. Can we show the video? Thank you.
Kami daripada BSD Empower Grow. Honorable judges, valued advisors, lecturers, everybody here in this room, Assalamu alaikum and good evening. It is really a pleasure for us to be here to present our business idea. We are from BSD Empower Grow, which is under Bachelor of Social Development program and emphasizes zero unemployment. BSD Empower Growth is an asset-based social business that empower people with disability through inclusive skills development by improving their social participation, economic independence, and long-term livelihood sustainability. Looking at what's happening in this world, according to International Labour Organization, in 2024, approximately 470 million working age people with disability are estimated to be unemployed. Many disabled youth have limited access to the marketing, branding, and digital selling skills. And also their basic skills have been ignored and they rely on donation. The main problem we focus on here is a social exclusion that affects disabled people, especially in getting job. So allow me give a real example about the disabled people. 7 years ago, back home in Madagascar, we had an autistic neighbor who has been ignored by his family. And also many people have ignored him. But luckily, he likes collecting the broken electronic devices from the trash, like broken TV, radio, torch, and so on. But one of my friends who studied mechatronics came and taught him how to repair those broken electronic devices within 3 weeks. Finally, he was able to repair them and made money from that. And seeing that, his family started caring him because he makes money from doing that thing. And until now, he's still making money from repairing broken electronic devices. So as a BSD students, we believe that our small action can change the life of disabled people into better long life. Here in Malaysia, we are targeting disabled students at PK Mutiara Indah through hydroponic farming business. Muhammad Shafiq, one of those disabled students at PDK Mutiara Indah that we have met, he can speak English and he also uses some of social media platforms like Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. And there are 5 of them who are able to work and to be trained. So our solution is to transform an existing hydroponic farm at PDK Mutiara Indah into a self-sustaining business. We don't build from the scratch. We transform existing and underutilized community assets into a self-sustaining business through training, cultivating, and selling our product. Speaking of value proposition, we build a self-sustaining business that creates social impact without relying on charity. And also we create sustainable income opportunity by connecting agricultural product to the AIU market and also student food business. So to be sustained, our business needs a budget 11,000 RM. So actually our business is really different because we shift from manual labor into a combination of farming with digital skills using existing facilities to reduce cost and sell directly to the AIU community. This can create both employment opportunities and also a sustainable business model. So our progress will be presented by Bakr.
Thank you, Danielson Oslo. I am Bakri. I will continue on the progress. Perhaps this is the most important part of our pitch because we have already started. 13th of April, we went to PDK Mutiara Indah to identify the required things that we needed to begin the hydroponic farm. And we also identify the autistic and Down syndrome students that can work both online and on the hydroponic farm. Okay, we possess some seeds and fertilizers for the protection of the farm products. Next slide, please. Okay, and we visited PDK Mutiara Indah on the 19th of May, where we began the planting activity with the autistic and Down syndrome students. The following day, on the 20th of May, we began the training session, where we trained the students branding and packaging skills. 3 of them were identified who can do social media marketing and promotion. Likewise, I say autism is not a disability, but it's a different ability. As Oslo said, Shafiq is someone who can use all social platforms. He can communicate well and he can even create and edit videos using AI. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this is our recent progress. 13th of August, we went to PPDK Mutiara Indah to monitor our hydroponic crops. We found that they were growing very fine, although some crops were not growing as we expected. But from this, we understand what we need for our business to go further, which is high quality fertilizers. On the 19th of August, we went again to PPDK Mutiara with one AIU student. Why do we bring this AIU student? Because she is willing to collaborate with us for us to provide her business with varieties of farm product. Okay, for our estimated budget, our estimated scale budget is 11,000 RM. So for this 11,000 RM, it's just not an unnecessary budget. As you can notice, we only identify things that are very important to our business, and they are very important in a way that they can bring the production and selling of our goods or our product, our business to happen. Okay. Next slide.
For our revenue model is very straightforward. We are going to generate revenue from the direct sale of our hydroponic crops. And also, how we are running the business now is from crowdfunding, through from the support of BSD lecturers and we, the BSD students. And we are also going to apply for external funds. And our business is a type 2 social business, whereby the business is going to be owned by the marginalized group. Our growth and sustainability. Our ambition is not to just stop on one farm. We are trying to increase on varieties of crops in order to attract more customers, and also collaborate with facilities who support disabled students in order to have more marginalized group. And also, we also aim to enhance our skills development in communication and customer service and financial literacy. And also, we aim to expand our hydroponic into a aquaponic farm. For the sustainability and the long run of the business, we are going to set a portion of every revenue for the expansion of the business, and also building a long-term relationship within the local community and our regular buyers or customers, and even integrate with local grocery stores and restaurants. And also creating a system management whereby the business cannot go for only one semester, but the business will go for a long time, even we are not there. Okay, we as BSD Empower Group, our message is don't just support individuals, or don't just support individuals in order to survive for one day. Give them the talent or give them the skill for them to survive forever. So for you investing on us today, you are not just investing on farm, but you are investing on people who are seen as they are only being seen like they have to receive beneficiaries, but you are turning them to become producers tomorrow. Thank you all.
Thank you for your presentation. It's always very touching to see when students work with PWDs, so congratulations on that. Can we go to the budget slide? Your ask is 11,000. How much of this do you really need? Because there's some contingency amount, there's some for training. So talk us through the necessity of each line item. Secondly, in reference to your growth strategy, you talk about wanting to go into other crops like lettuce and herbs and spinach. In order to do that, you need land. How are you going to secure the land for that?
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. I'll start with the last question. When you mention about securing land, our emphasis is to expand to more PPDKs, because it's not only this one in Aloseta. So we are planning to expand and move from this one that we are only concentrating on now and move to others, because most of them do have already this hydroponic system which is already put there, though people are not really using it. So we are trying to reuse it. We are trying to show them the advantage of it by showing them how to grow crops. Then for the budget when it comes to the packaging.
So okay, before we talk about the budget, just want to have a follow-up question on that. What is the income of the PWD before and after your intervention? Existing intervention based on the pilot that you have already conducted.
Before we started working with them, it was an abandoned hydroponic system. Then when we got the idea, we moved there. So we introduced our idea to them and how we are planning to work with them. So we told them we'll be bringing seeds, and then because you're always here, so your duty will be to maintain, to package, and then to sell. For us, is our role here is to empower you. So when you mention about our sales, so far we've made 2 sales from this, because we started earlier. As we got the idea, we went there, so we planted our seeds as our first progress. Then for the next progress, we went there, although they were not yet good, but we kept on adding fertilizers. So we made our first harvest, where we sell according to grams. 50 grams, we sell it 3 ringgit. So we sold 10 packs. Then we reinvested.
So you made 30 ringgit from the first round.
Sorry?
You made 30 ringgit from the
Yes,
first
for the first
harvest?
round.
Okay.
Yes. Then for the second round, which we went last week, we also where we collaborated with the AIU student who is operating.
So hang on, who buys the vegetables? You buy the vegetable from them and then you sell it to others, or what is the offtake?
We bring we for us our like we work as middlemen because they also the parents from the PBDK also come buy from us. Then we also help them to look for the market. Like for example, this girl, she's an AIU student who is operating a food business here. So she's selling. Her business is called Wakun Indo. I don't know how to pronounce, sorry. So she came, we went with her, so she bought from him. So all the money, then this money is what we use to reinvest. So far we've made 2 sales in our business. So when it comes to the budget, the packaging material is 1,850. This is where because we train them how to package, like like how to wrap that they can be attractive, because autistic people need a lot of attention. They need you to a lot of time. So if they do something, they do it out of love. So why we included this packaging material, because we need some materials to make them love what they're doing. Then when it comes to the PW specialized finance trainer, because these people, not everyone can deal with them. They need someone who is specialized in them. So that's why we included a specialized finance trainer who will help them to manage their finances very well. Then the farm upgrade and maintenance, this is for the fertilizers throughout the process, because before we went for the first harvest, we found that the crops were not really very well. So we had to add in fertilizers. So this is where the farm upgrade and maintenance comes in. So when it comes to the seeds and nutrients, this is what we are going to use.
So this is the 3,200 is to invest in the existing hydroponic, to upgrade the existing hydroponic setup, or it's to have more hydroponic setups in different locations?
To have more setups in different locations.
Okay, and by putting 3,000, let's say, okay, we just take 3,200 ringgit and we just invest in the upgrading of the farm and maintaining the farm, how much additional income can the PWD receive from this harvest? So what is the production yield and how much income does that translate to?
Thank you, sir. For that question, I think it really depends on the harvest we make, because here we are dealing with crops. We can't give an assurance that the crops will really grow very well, but we try to.
And also for the upgradation, we are also aiming to upgrade to an aquaponic farm also. Yeah, and we are not only concentrate on one PPDK. We have many PPDK even in Kida here. So we are aiming to concentrate or target all these PPDKs and other marginalized groups in Malaysia.
Then maybe to continue from there, the transportation and delivery, this is for us to go to different PBDKs and also to help to move, because our plan was to bring them to AIU so that they can supply the cafeteria with their crops. So this is where the transportation and delivery comes in. Then the contingency reserve, of course, if anything gets to happen, we need something to back us up. Thank you so much.
Okay, from February to August, how much you have spent and what is your production and your revenue collect during these few months?
For how much we have spent, I'll start with that one. Because we got support from our advisors. I think we had to buy seeds, which costed us around 60 ringgit. So maybe to make it general, our first expenditures were around 150 ringgit. Then the other question was about?
what is your production and how much revenue you collect from your sales?
Okay, for the
How many kilo of vegetable you collect?
Yeah. For now, after we visited PPDK Mutiara India for our second time, we found that some of our crops were not growing as we expected due to lack of high quality fertilizers. But our aim to sell the farm crops is like selling every 500 gram of crop for 3 ringgits.
Okay, thank you so much. We're really honored to be here.
What if the waste we throw away today could become something valuable tomorrow? Assalamualaikum and good evening, everyone. We are from Bestari B Impact Club. Our club is very committed to creating a more sustainable and inclusive community by focusing on 2 things. First, we support zero net carbon emission through our Bestari Drop Zone, where the students, staff, and the whole AIU community can drop off their waste and recycle it at the same time. Second, we add profit through our Bestari Craft initiative by turning the recycled waste into the useful and creative products. But before that, what problem are we actually facing in AIU today? Let's take a look. So, we noticed that trash is everywhere around campus, especially plastic bottles, papers, aluminum cans, and other solid waste. We also noticed that some of the recycling cages were left abandoned with no one managing them. And we also received so many complaints, especially from AIU management, from PPK, regarding this issue, showing that this is a serious and ongoing issue that we should solve together. In my opinion, all of this happened because of lack of proper management and awareness in handling this matter. So, the question is, how can we turn this into a structured solution to reduce and to solve this issue? Let's take a look. In our Bestari B Impact Club, we have 2 core activities. First, we have Bestari Drop Zone, and also we have Bestari Creativa Upcycling. So, in the Bestari Drop Zone itself, we have 2 activities also. We have waste bank, and also we have waste donation, or we call it in Malay, sedekah sampah. So, for the waste bank, where the buying and selling activities of recyclable waste happens between us and the AIU community. I'll give you the example. Before this, we tried to sell all of our recyclable waste into to the E-Idaman company. Actually, they sell a lot of things, but I give you one example. For the aluminum cans only, they sell to us RM 3 ringgit per kg. So that means we hope we can use the e-idaman method buying and selling activities to implement it in our Bestari drop zone here in AIU for the community. Second, we have Sedekah Sampah, where all of the AIU community can just drop off their waste without selling it. So this is what most people chooses to do, isn't it? So, other than that, we also didn't want all of the recyclable waste just stop there. No. So what we do? We created the Bestari Creativa upcycling. So from these two activities, we hope these two can give the impact to the community to join us, to join our journey, to join our movement. Together, we solve this issue. So, now we go to revenue model. So this is our revenue model. So usually every 3 months, the Bestari drop zone will fill up, and then we go to sell it to e-idaman. So from the collected waste that we got from the Sedekah Sampah and also from the waste bank, we sell it to e-idaman, and straight away we got the money. But if for information, for now, we just run the Sedekah Sampah. Why? Because the waste donation needs a lot of cost, funding, and proper management. So we hope if we get the funding from AIU, we can use the e-idaman method, selling and buying activities just now, to implement in our drop zone. So, the question is now, do we have any progression so far? Of course we have. So that will be explained by my team, Aisha.
So we can see here in the phase 1, we actually got the revenue of 25 ringgit with collecting 110 kg in our 3 months. And not stopping that, in the phase 2, I will bring you to the creative side of Bestari Creativa. Here, we create more value from the waste that people just thrown away through upcycling. So I know a lot of people already knew about upcycling, but a lot of people also haven't done it. So here in Bestari Creativa, we make sure that managing waste is still culturally relevant. So in the phase 3, from now and on, we want to produce the product to sell and also the workshop to share, to maintain the sustainable of our Bestari. And we actually work on it. We successfully conduct a small workshop among the 25 female hostel residents with one of the waste that was produced there, which is the egg cartons. Together, we blooms a very beautiful flowers from egg cartons. And their enthusiasm bring us to the optimism of Bestari Creativa in sharing the awareness of giving waste a second life, whether for the one who have attended our workshop or the one who have just seen our activity through our social media platform. And more than that, we also sell our egg cartons flowers bouquet. And our projected sales will be from 3, 5, and 9 ringgits, which consists of small, medium, and large bouquet sizes. We will also provide the bulk orders, which consists of minimum 50 units that will bring us to the revenue of 225 ringgit. Not only that, in the future, we will also set a price for our upcycling workshop, which is 5 ringgit per person that will bring us to the revenue of 50 ringgit per session with minimum of 10 participants. And we can see the cost structure from Bestari. The drop zone alone, we need the total of 500 ringgit. And the projected cost for Bestari Creativa, this is specifically for our flower bouquet program, we will need 1,650 ringgit and the total of 2,150 ringgit. So here there is a gap between our revenue and our costs, which is around 105,068 ringgit, which is also our suggested funding that we want to ask for AIU. And from here, we want Bestari to have bigger collaboration, especially with AIU, because from Bestari Creativa, we can provide souvenirs from our environmentally friendly initiatives. And also, from Bestari Drop Zone, some of our revenue will be used to collaborate with other 3-0 club so that we can create more impact, broader impact for the community in AIU. And that is why we need the funding. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Great work so far. Why do you not just work together with Iidaman? Why do you want to replicate, duplicate whatever they're already doing? And can you go back to your revenue, sources of revenue? Is this the only way you're going to generate revenue, or there'll be some revenue coming from the Iidaman Waste Bank and Sedekah thing that you mentioned just now? And what have you done so far? Because I understand that maybe you have piloted a little bit here and there. So can you share with us the initial success or result of your pilot?
So far, what we do that, what I said just now, we only run the sedekah sampah. Because for the waste bank, we should have the proper resources, proper management like Iidaman. So why we just why we choose from the AIU community to join with us, because this is issue that we should to solve together. And then if you said why we don't just sell it to Idaman, because it will cost a lot of cost. It will cost a lot of cost, a lot of other costs to run it, such as like transportation costs and other costs. So that's why we are together in AIU community. We solve this issue. We just drop all of the waste in the drop zone, and then we can help them to sell it to Idaman.
Okay, back to your revenue model, right? Who's gonna buy these products, and how can you make sure that you can achieve those numbers?
Okay,
Who's your
so-
customer?
Okay, so our target customer is actually, we are being inclusive, because nowadays everybody seems to have the interest in buying a bouquet. We see the pattern, we see that a lot of people buy it. So that is why we also choose to create a bouquet. And because it's still like a prototype, we can still maximize the design of it. We will sell it first, maximize the use of our existing social media. Because we already have the social media, we can promote there, and we can also sell it from our social media. Another way is to join the bazaar events, because as the AIU student, we can see that there are a lot of events that AIU can help, and from there we can participate as one of the sellers of our bouquet. And also outside from the AIU, there are also a lot of pasar that we can join, participate as a seller. So we actually see that there is the market for the recycling bouquet.
Okay, where do you see this business in 5 years?
So in 5 years, for the business, for Bestari itself, we can see the sustainability of it, because the upcycling itself is not just limiting in the bouquet. We're not limiting on the egg carton,
because there are a lot of waste that will produce in the future. We human always produce waste, and that is why from there we will be continuing. We will be sustainability transform the waste into the other things that we can create. Maybe from the egg cartons, other than becoming a bouquet, we can also produce a paper from an egg carton, because now on we already think about the other things that we can create from these upcycling programs.
Okay, by looking at your business model, I can see that your product is quite limited. So I'm not sure how much you can sell. Even the coming Convo, maybe you can sell some of them, okay? But looking at your cost and the price you are selling, in fact, is very challenging to you. What I can see is that since you are now working together with PPK on the waste collection, in fact, you can look at, now you're only collecting those recyclable waste, isn't it? How about the kitchen waste? Because I believe that the kitchen waste can turn into a fertilizer. I think you should expand your product, not limited to only the flower bouquet or workshop whatsoever. You have to look for something that is beneficial. Maybe your fertilizer, it can support the hydroponic farming or things like that, okay? So I think you have to expand your product, because otherwise I don't think you can sustain.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Assalamualaikum, and very good evening to our respected judges and also our fellow participants out there. It's been an honor to us to standing here because we are the finalists of social business competition. My name is Nur Ain Shadia, and together with me is Najiha Hani and also Andile, and also my team member is Azhari and Rivaldo. Today, I am very, very excited to introduce our product about EduCycle, the combination of education and recycle. But before we begin, we already have prepared a short video and the glimpse of what is EduCycle is all about. And no, without further explanation, let's we watch together our video.
Okay. Thank you so much for watching the video with us. And once again, good evening to our respected judges and to everyone present here. So I'll be taking you through our presentation now that you have catched a glimpse of what EduCycle is all about. So basically, EduCycle transforms or recycles milk bottle caps from, we actually collect them from our university cafeteria, and we transform them into these easy math learning tools, and our target audience is actually the underserved communities, specifically children between the ages of 4 to 9. So I'm pretty sure that you are asking yourself how we make these easy math learning kits. So our process starts by we actually collect the bottle caps from the trash can, the cafeteria, anywhere where these bottles may be disposed, and then we wash them thoroughly. After washing them thoroughly, we also buy the magnet, which we stick at the back of the bottle cap, and then we stick our sticker on top, and then the last process is to package it. As you can see, our boxes there. So, you may also be asking yourself why we are actually doing this. What is the social impact behind our project? So first of all, we are contributing to the reduction of plastic pollution in our university campus as well as in our community. And we want to actually tackle two issues, the environmental issue and the educational issue, where children in underserved communities are struggling with numeracy. So we want to improve their numeracy and literacy in the underserved communities. And the social impact is that we want to create a bond between the parents and the children, because there is no internet needed here. It's an opportunity for the parents or even the teachers to get the time to bond with their children, to teach them how to solve math challenges. And then our beneficiaries, of course, we've mentioned that it's children in underserved communities aged 4 to 9. Okay, so for our value proposition, to the beneficiaries, we divided it into two. To the beneficiaries, who are the children, they get access to these the hands-on math learning kits, which can also increase their numeracy and literacy skills. And then for the parents, as I've said, it's a bonding session between the parent and the child, where they'll be interacting and teaching them math. And to the teachers, it makes their job easy, because you can see the kits are actually fun. It's a fun way and easy way for the children to understand mathematics. And for the value to the funders and investors, it actually it is said, according to the Malaysian law, that if an organizational company contributes through CSR contributions, they are eligible for tax exemptions. And then it also increases the company's image and the company's reputation, being linked to SDG 4 and SDG 12. So for our unique selling proposition, I will start with EduCycle. We actually compared it with our competitor, which is MathLink, Cubes, and just simple tablets and educational apps. So our business model is, of course, a social business, which is people-focused, whereas the other two business models, they are more conventional, concerning or focusing on maximizing profit. And then our kits, we are selling them for 25 ringgit. And for the other two business models, the range is a bit expensive as compared to ours, from 80 to 300 ringgit, according to our market research. And for our kids, there's no internet which is actually needed, because it's a hands-on experience between the parents and the children. It creates the bonding, it strengthens the bonding between the parents and their children. So we also upcycle these. We are also recycling our the milk bottles, actually, into the math learning tools. And we are also providing, on top of selling our product, we are also providing workshops where we teach the parents. We can have the sessions with the teachers where we teach them on how to actually what? How to actually use the material. Whereas for the other businesses, they are only selling the product. There's no other service which they are providing. So for our revenue model, as I've said, that our EC, each set costs 25 ringgit, and the total to make that set is 20 ringgit. So when we get the money from our sales, we reinvest it into the business, which is a social business concept, and we can also get some of our funds from the community and sponsor partnerships. So that's for our revenue model. So for our next initiative, we recently partnered with the NEED project, which is actually being driven by our library here in AIU, where they are collecting books from the community, old books, and they go out into the community in Kedah to the schools to actually donate to the primary schools. So we signed a memorandum of understanding where when they're going out to initiate these projects, we can also go along with them to advertise. It's like a market strategy for us to advertise to the primary schools. So we are also targeting 5 schools in Baling and Sik, where we are also going to be working with them. We want to, actually, when we get the investment, we want to actually donate 5 sets per each school. We want to work with 5 schools, totaling it to 25 sets. And we want to scale our project internationally to Zimbabwe. I myself am from Zimbabwe with one of my colleagues who unfortunately is not here. So we want to start scaling it in the rural underserved communities in Zimbabwe, in the Mberengwa and Nkai districts of Zimbabwe. Okay, so for our project budget, we need 5,000 ringgit to initiate this project. At local level, we need 2,360 ringgit, and then to scale it in Zimbabwe, we need 2,640 for the equipment, the logistics, the contingencies, and for any other costs that can actually be incurred. So the total that we need is actually 5,000 ringgit. So for our progress, we have actually sold 19 ringgit. Our progress and success story, we've sold 19 sets and have made a profit of 95 ringgit from the 19 sets that we have sold. And we have also engaged, so for more of our progress, we have also engaged with kids from Tadika Pewaris, just near here to AIU, and to Good Deeds. Actually, we have taught 12 children in Tadika Pewaris, and about 2 to 3 children at Good Deeds. And we have had sharing sessions with UNIMEP, and also UUM, where we have actually introduced our idea and what we are doing as EduCycle. Okay, so for our progress, we also developed recently a website where you can find all the activities that we are doing as EduCycle. We also have a study guide for how you can teach these children, the children in underserved communities, how to actually use the equipment. So, upon doing our survey, we actually did a 6 weeks class survey. So we did the survey before and did it afterwards to track the improvement just to track how our work is actually impacting the children. So the pre-one, we discovered that there were 40% on engagement, and it increased to 80% with a 40% improvement. And then the counting skills from 35 to 72%. And then for those who could add, it was low again at 28%. It improved to 61% after we did the post-survey, after we introduced our tools and taught them. And the multiplication and division from 15 to 42%. So overall, the highest gain engagement was 40% from all the children that we were actually teaching. So in conclusion, I would like to say that we are not merely asking for 5,000 ringgit to invest in our business, but we are inviting you to invest in a future where a bottle cap can be the very first step towards a child learning to love mathematics and also gain the quality education and the chance to also have the education while protecting the same environment in which they live. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, EduCycle. Very exciting and very innovative product. My first question is with reference to scalability. How will you scale? Because this is still quite labor intensive. You have to collect all these caps. If you don't have enough caps, then what happens? Secondly, with reference to this kit, it would be nice if it came with some books or learning materials or some kind of curriculum. When you say you go into the schools to teach, is there a standardized format that you go in with, in which you can really measure you can do a pre and post assessment based on certain standardized guidelines to say that, okay, this is the baseline, this is the level of student A, B, and C, and so on. So I wonder what your plans are around that, if that doesn't already exist. And in the future of your EduCycle social business, what other learning materials do you have in mind?
So to answer the first question on how we can scale the business, you were asking about if we run out of the bottle caps, how we can scale it up because it's labor intensive. Okay, so we are open to also using other bottle caps, but the reason why we decided to use the university cafeteria bottle caps is because it's more consistent, we can readily find them, they are available, but we are still open to actually using more other bottle caps in the event that we run out of bottle caps. But seeing as that the cafeteria is always providing the free milk for us, of course it is quite labor intensive, but we managed to actually, if we have a standard, we set a standard, we just collect based on the target that we want, for example, on how much to produce. And then for the second question, you were asking about
learning tools, the curriculum. Does it come with a curriculum, or
Yes.
it just comes by itself?
Actually, we have the guide on how to actually teach the children. So it's part of our budget as to how we want to actually explain the teaching to the children so that even when we are not there, the teachers can refer to the guideline. But in terms of a curriculum, I cannot really say it's a curriculum. Maybe I can just describe it as a guide on how to teach. So we do have some materials that come along with the EC tours. And our next initiative is to actually introduce the alphabet, because now we've been focusing on numbers, addition, multiplication, and division. So we want to introduce the alphabet.
The other question I had was also around the frequency of intervention. So you shared previously, if you go to the previous slide, yes, this one, pre and post. We can see improvement on all matrices that you are currently measuring. What is the frequency of intervention for us to be able to see these results?
Okay, so for the frequency of intervention, I think because we are doing a survey actually, we are actually conducting the survey. I'm not sure if I understand correctly the question.
So okay, maybe I'll rephrase the question to help you understand. Okay, so you're giving this kit and you're giving some guidelines or a book or something that will help them use this optimally, right?
Yes.
And then how often do they take this out and use it with the kids, and how often do they play with it, or how often do you that is the frequency in order for you to be able to measure the post results. That's what I'm interested to understand. How much do they use this, and how effective is this kit?
Okay, they can use it daily to actually, like, because at school, in my own understanding, they have, like, they learn, like, different subjects, like, every day. Sometimes they learn mathematics, or sometimes they can skip. But they can use it frequently, maybe on a daily basis. It can be even twice a week.
But you go in only once. Your team goes in only once with this kit, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, you kind of give it to the community or the school or the teacher, and they take it from there. Or do you go in more than once and you have like regular tuition classes, or you spend time with them?
Yes, we actually are planning on conducting workshops at least twice in a month to actually go to For example, if we go maybe the first time, we teach them on how to actually use the tools, and then we can go again another time, maybe 2 times in a month, to actually see on the progress that they've made. And we also work strongly with the teachers to actually give us feedback on the improvement on what they are actually learning from using our mathematics tools. So I can say it could be twice in a month.
So maybe my advice to you, to improve those numbers, you should think about your level of intervention, guided intervention. The other question is related to your budget. Let's go to your budget. How much are you asking for?
Okay, the total budget that we're asking for is 5,000 ringgit. So because we've already started, we are scaling it now in Malaysia. So this is why we separated it to say locally it's 2,360 to actually buy for logistics, like the transportation costs, going to Baling and Sik. Actually, one way is like 105 kilometers times, if it's a round trip, then it's double, and then times the 0.7 ringgit per kilometer.
So in this intervention, in these 5 schools, how many children per school? And even in the results that you showed us just now, how many children are part of the survey?
Okay, for the children that are part of the survey, it's 14 children who are part of the survey.
One kit can be used by how many children?
Maybe for one kid, it can be used for maybe 2 or 3 kids together to play along. And for the one school, how many students we are still planning to go, because we just made the collaboration with the needs, and we will go after we make this. Like I wanna say like, oh my god. Because we just started to planning to do a collaboration with the needs under the library. So after we finish we do all the kits, because right now we just have only 5 kids, because and also the other team is on internship, and the only teams have left is me. So I need to do it slowly, because right now is just finish our final exam, so we can see if the school is around. Maybe I just target for our 4 until 9 years old, maybe it's like 5 or 200 like that.
Okay. Between the local and the international, so what is your time frame? Is it go by phases? Why you are selecting this international instead of focusing on the local school? And also after this, because I can see that you are asking for the fund to sponsor those EduCycle kits for the school. So after this, what is your plan?
Okay, so first of all, we selected to go international to Zimbabwe, because we believe that there is it's actually a strong social issue. Like, there are so many children in the rural areas of Zimbabwe who also experience the lack, or they do not have the internet access, they do not have enough tools to actually enhance their learning skills, especially in mathematics, seeing that mathematics is also a difficult subject. So we want to scale it, because for me, myself, and my other teammate, we are going to go back to Zimbabwe. So we want this project, we want to ensure that the project becomes sustainable, and it's part of our vision
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good evening to our respected judges, our respected lecturers, and everyone present here. Please allow me to start with a very simple question. After you finish cooking, where does all the used cooking oil goes? Most of us simply pour it into the drain or into the sink, or we just throw it away, or we just simply forget about it. Imagine one small cup of used cooking oil goes into the sink, and then another cup, another, again and again. After a long time, it can stick to the walls of the drain. It can mix with water and it become a hard deposit, like a rubber hard. So it can block the flow of water. So one small action of household can become an expensive problem for the whole community. Why I say expensive is because in 2016, the Star reported that the MPK nearly spent 6 million of ringgit just to clear those greasy deposits just caused by used cooking oil. That's why I'm not here just to talk about my product. I'm here to talk about what happened when we stop seeing waste as a waste and turn into the opportunity. So the opportunity is Aroma Revive. So used cooking oil is not just a simple waste. If we don't properly manage it, it can become a serious environment problem. And in Malaysia, a very large amounts of used cooking oil are produced by household, restaurants, and food businesses. And globally, estimation of 47 million tons of used cooking oil are generated every year, and not a significant amount is properly managed or collected. And as I mentioned before, in 2026, MPK spent nearly 6 million ringgit just to clean the greasy deposit. That's why this becomes a serious problem. So if used cooking oil can create 1 million of ringgit in damage if it is treated as a waste, what if we turn that into a valuable thing? So that question lead to our opportunity. Okay. So Aroma Revive, we reform the used cooking oil into a useful scented candles and scented tablets. We collect, instead of letting used cooking oil go into the sink, we collect from local communities, we reform it into scented candles and scented tablets. And also, when we produce our candle, we use reusable glass jar. So if the customer buy it, they use it. If after finish, they can give back to us, and they can get 3 ringgit cashback. In that way, we can create refill and return practices. So it creates a simple circular as collect, recycle, use, return, and refill. But we doesn't stop there. We also educate people. We also conduct a hands-on workshop, sustainable exhibition to educate people. We educate people why responsible waste management matters. So this is the idea. This is where the idea becomes a tangible product. So these are our products, scented candles and scented tablets. So we offer those kind of products in a very affordable and practical way. So we are not just creating a product just because the product is environmentally friendly. We are creating the product that the customer actually wanted, that the customer actually find a value in it. Because social business cannot just survive only with impact. The product must have the value in the market. Okay, so the value that Aroma Revive create goes beyond customer. Our target beneficiaries include local communities, vulnerable groups, individuals with diverse abilities, students and youth, and environmentally conscious customer. So these are the activities that we made. And the thing is, they don't just learn about the sustainability from our workshop. They also learn how to generate their own income from scented eco-friendly candles. So we help them, we teach them how to generate income from waste, from used cooking oil to a useful product so that they can create their own incomes. Okay, why should customer choose Aroma Revive? We have 3 layers of value proposition: environmental value, customer value, and social value. Environmentally, we use cooking oil to reform candles and tablets, and we also reduce waste and we promote sustainability. And for customer value, we offer very affordable and practical product compared to conventional candles. And social value, we also promote environmental awareness. We conduct a lot of sustainable workshop, and we encourage community engagement and responsible consumption. This is what makes our product different from other conventional products. So for a competitive advantage, we had the strongest competitive advantage of Aroma Revive is we have our own origin and our own purpose. For the normal candle business, they use conventional waxes to produce the candle and tablets. For us, we use cooking oil. We reform use cooking oil into scented tablets and candle instead of using natural wax that can increase net carbon emission. And also for packaging, we use reusable glass jar as packaging. Normal product, they use disposable packaging. They can just use once and throw it away. For us, we have reusable glass jar packaging. And also for student, we also consider for student because we are student-led business. We produce a small size affordable products for student. And also the price, if we compare to the products from outside candles, it is very expensive. Normally candles are considered as expensive and luxury products. But from our club, you can get a very affordable, eco-friendly, sustainable tablets with a strong aroma scent. And also, for other product, they only focus on the profit. But Aroma Revive, we don't stop at the point of the sale. We also educate people, we conduct workshop, and we also spread awareness about waste management responsibility. So normal sellers, they can just sell candle, but for Aroma Revive, we don't only sell candle. We sell a product, an opportunity, a skill, and also sustainability skill for them to generate their own income. So for revenue model, we have let's look at Aroma Revive from business perspective because we are a social business that want to sustain, and we have many types of revenue model. We have sales of candles and tablet, we have workshop participation fees, we have custom product orders and exhibition and even sale. These are the examples of our pictures when we package for our orders. So by looking at this, we are not only depending on one revenue income. We have many sources of income. So that means when we do workshop, as our brand awareness spread, our product sales, our custom orders, our events, and our sustainable exhibition can also grow at the same time. So by doing workshop and event, it is at the same time we are also marketing our products. So this is most probably the most important question. Is this idea make financial sense? So our estimated project capital is 585 ringgit. So our estimated project capital for one cycle is 246, which is producing 10 candles plus 20 tablets. It is 246 ringgit. So if we sell that one cycle, we can get the sales revenue of 410 ringgit and which lead us to the profit of 164 ringgit. So by looking at this calculation, our break-even point is based on 4 production cycle. So as we mentioned in the proposal, our requesting fund is 4,000. So all the calculation is just based on the fixed revenue. So based on the fund and the revenue we have, we can expand our material, our ingredients, and also other expenses. Okay, so by looking at this calculation, we are not asking for a large capital commitment. We are asking for a small initial commitment and a small initial investment that can have measurable financial and social returns. So this is also very important because by looking at this, we are not asking to invest to us just because our story is emotional. We are asking to invest because by looking at these numbers, the numbers have a potential in sustainable itself and also have environment impact also. Because these are the achievement and project progress. An idea is just an idea until the people are willingly to participate. So we have the proof that they participate, and we have already developed our product, the scented candles and scented tablets. We already conducted a lot of workshop in AIU and also in local communities. We conduct workshop with AIU students, and in Baling, Malaysia also we conduct workshop with single mothers for the purpose of for them to enhance their employment, to generate their own income, and also we showcase Aroma Revive in public events and also in exhibition, which can also increase our sale. So This is the social environment impact. As I mentioned earlier, we have environmental event and environmental impact and social impact. And we also, additionally, we also contribute to SDGs, which is SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, which is SDG 13, which is climate action.
Thank you for your presentation. This is something very familiar. We've seen this around campus. We see this all the time. Few questions from my side. First, how much used cooking oil do you need for one cycle? One cycle is 10 candles and 20 tablets. And what is your, just now you shared the revenue model, right?
Yes.
Yes. How much revenue can you get from each line item?
For the cooking oil, for 10 tablets, we have our standardized ratio, the fixed ratio. For 10 candles and 20 candles and 10 tablets, we can reduce 10 candles and 20 tablets. Yes, for 10 candles and 20 tablets, we can reduce mostly to 100 milliliter of used cooking oil. Yes. May I respectfully request to repeat the second question,
Yeah,
please?
yeah, sure. So you're telling us that revenue comes from 4 different streams.
Yes.
These are the 4 streams: sales of candles and tablets, workshop fees, custom product orders, and exhibition.
And event sales.
Yes. So if you can just give us a proportionate breakdown, how much in terms of percentage, if you don't have the amount, it's okay. Percentage-wise, how much of your revenue comes from number 1, 2, 3, and 4?
For the main percentage, like it will be more than 16% come from sales of candles and tablets, and only 10% come from workshop participation fees. Since we only have 5 members, we also limited the participation of participants because of the limited labor. And also for custom product orders, it will be 20% of the audience, sometimes they order the custom products. And for exhibition, even say it would be 10%, because whenever we do exhibition, we showcase our product, and if the customer like it, they could just buy right away. So it would be 10%, this one 16%, 10%, 20%, and 10%.
And what is your production capacity?
Production
capacity. So let's say you are able to collect 200 ml of cooking oil. You can produce 10 candles and 20 tablets. How many cycles can you, your projection is just 4 cycles, right? But realistically, how fast can you do the turnover between each cycle?
We can conduct actually, as I calculated earlier, we can conduct 12 cycles in 3 weeks.
What is the revenue per cycle? Revenue and your profit per cycle.
Profit is 164 profit. The revenue is 400. Yes, profit is 164 profit per cycle, and the revenue is 410 ringgit per cycle.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Chong.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum sorry.
Okay, your project, in fact, it has been in place for quite some time. And I believe that your sustainability shouldn't be any problem. But I can see the limitation on your raw material and also your production. Because I think now there are trucks anyway to collect all the used cooking oil. So you have to compete with this big organization to get the used cooking oil. And how you can secure your raw material in long term. And secondly is that, do you ever think of how you want to increase your productivity? Because this can be turned into a profitable business, and you have the potential. You should look into maybe 5 years from now, what you want to do.
So inshallah, if we receive the refund, we can. Now we have a lot of limitation because we have only 5 members, and whenever we want to produce something, we have limited financial ability. So if we receive the refund, I think we can we can solve all these problems, because if we have money, we can also hire, as I mentioned before, we have already conducted a workshop in single mother or the individual with diverse abilities, so we can also connect them, we can collaborate with them, and we can hire them with a significant amount of money for them, and then we can increase our productivity. And also for the used cooking oil collection, now we are just an initiative and small business because we don't have much money, and we have to ask them to give us free. So if we receive a fan, if we can expand our business, we can produce more money, and we can have some kind of deal with them to get the used cooking oil. So to reduce those kind of, it is just a waste for them, but when most people ask for them, they will definitely give people who give them money. So we have to make a deal with them. So to solve all those kind of problems, we have a lot of financial limit. So if we can receive the fund, we can solve all the problem with the funds, inshallah.
2 more questions from me. Your total funding request is 831, is that right?
4,000.
Where's the 4,000?
Total fund request is. Oh, actually,
where's the 4,000? I'm looking at your cost. Your cost is 585 plus 246.
Yes, let me explain for this. This is just for a one-time and fixed cost. For example, I write here mini stove. So it is 30 ringgit for one mini stove. So if currently we only have 2 mini stove, and it's very hard for us to produce. So if we receive fund, we can buy all these things. So this is I calculated.
Where's the 4,000? Where's the 4,000? And what's the breakdown of the 4,000?
Yes, actually, I didn't put the 4,000 in here. And if we receive that 4,000, we can buy all the materials with that 4,000. But we didn't write any breakdown here. We just write the one time cost for one material. For example, mini stove 30 only. So if we buy 10, we will need 300, something like that. But we didn't break down the 4,000 here.
You're actually asking for 4,000, not 831.
No.
Okay, it's a big difference.
This is a fixed
so
one-time cost.
Okay, with 4,000, okay, firstly, you need to provide the breakdown, and you need to provide the financial projections to the team after this. So maybe we cannot make a decision today, but with the 4,000, how will your capacity increase?
As I mentioned earlier, if now we are just proceeding with what we have, we already have some bit revenue from what we sell. So we're just proceeding with that kind of money. If we receive the 4,000, we can hire new people. And now we're just students. Some of us first year, I'm first year. Some of us second year. So even after we graduate, if we get the fund now, we can invest in our club, our business, and we can grow them. And even after we graduate, if we can proceed with them. But now with the limited financial ability.
But have you done some calculation? If we give you 4,000, how many people can you employ? How many candles can you produce? How many tablets can you produce? Or you don't have the number yet? Be honest, be honest. We need to know the truth.
Yes, we haven't calculated yet, and we will share, inshallah.
Okay. Thank you.
Every child enters the classroom carrying potential, but not every child enters with equal access. Some children continue learning after school, others stop. Not because they lack ambition, but because the opportunity comes with a price. And at the same time, while we invest in educating them for tomorrow, we are leaving them to inherit environment that we fail to protect. So perhaps the question is no longer how do we educate children, but what kind of future are we educating them for? Everyone, when I was in middle school, I joined an English course where the tuition was not paid with money, it was paid with plastic bottles. I remember searching for plastic waste, bringing it in and exchanging what others consider something worthless into something that can change my future. But my story is not the reality for every child. Today, access to additional educational support is becoming increasingly unequal. And in Malaysia, many families rely on private tuition to support their children's learning. However, it's not the equal accessible. The tuition often costs 50 to 100 ringgit each class, each subject, which can become a heavy burden for low-income families. And this means some students can continuously improve through extra classes, while others only depend on school learning, and even if they have the same potential. And at the same time, environmental education is still mostly taught in theory, with limited real-life practice for the students itself. So everyone, that is exactly where Trash Formers comes in. Trash Formers is a social initiative base that connects education and environmental that in a simple incentive-based model. Student will pay 60 ringgit to join our tuition class and bring plastic bottles each month. If they successfully do it, so we'll give them back 10 ringgit. So make the both system educational and rewarding. And we also empower AIU education students to serve as a tutor in our tuition class. And this model directly aligns with SDG. SDG 4, 12, and SDG 1, zero poverty. And the impact of trash formers is not only theoretical, everyone. We have already begun our implementation. We have complete cycle 1, ran for 3 months, and also now with 15 teams and 16 students. Now we are running for our cycle 2, start from June until October. Besides our tuition program, we also organize Moose Cleaning Day. And we bring in AIU students and the local community together. Recently, 20 AIU students and 10 community members joined our program last Saturday. And we also reinvest part of our tuition fees to community activities and also coloring activities for the children. So everyone, years ago, plastic bottles opened doors to my education. Today, Trash Former exists because I believe every child deserves quality education. And now we are inviting you to invest in a model that can transform learning into long-term impact. So the question is no longer whether the change is possible, but how many features are we willing to transform starting today?
All right. If we talk about value proposition, what actually value the transformer brings to the community already? And then here we have focused on 4 things. The first one is affordability. Our tuition classes is only start from RM15 per class. So it's become more accessible for everyone, especially for families who cannot afford too expensive tuition classes. So, however, but for us, affordable is not enough. That's why our second value is quality learning. Every week, our tutors our tutors go through micro teaching before they teach the children in order to make sure they teach the children in a good way, and also they prepare themselves material and also mentally. And then after that, we also there is a system waste to value system. This is where instead of asking children to pay for their tuition, we encourage them to bring a plastic bottles every month, and then they can get RM10 back for off their tuition fee. This is very benefit for them actually. And then also we don't stop there. We conducting we conducting a booth exhibition during our cycle 1 during a closing ceremony. This is where university students can come and then bring the bottle that they have to exchange the bottle and get a free love item that we donated by the community also. All right, and then here also the community access. This is the value that we have, where we don't wait for children to come to us. Instead of through our outreach program, we go there, we bring our activities there, and then we also introduce our tuition classes to that community in the kampung. As well as you can see here, there is a coloring activity with a student. This is a cleaning session with a volunteer from AIU student. And then, oh yeah, a lot of things. All right. Then our impact goes beyond tuition classes because we combine education, environment, and also community action. All right. This is our unique selling proposition where make it ours is different from others. Where it's very simple. We're connecting affordable education with environmental action. While here, we involve the student, also the tutors, the volunteering, and also a wider community. Then we can create a value not only for students, but also for the community itself, and also the environment, right? And then, okay, here, we believe that social business cannot grow without a partner. That's why partnership is very important for us. We had during a cycle 1 until now, ongoing cycle 2, we have collaborated with some 30 club in AIU, Softnet Club. We have done the literacy workshop for our students, and then we now currently doing a website development for them. And then again, EduCycle Club. We have collaborated with EduCycle. We use their product to support our learning, mathematics learning for our children. And then here also with Masjid Al Umawi, we conduct a mosque cleaning, adult children's activity, and also tuition outreach. We introduce our tuition to the parent there in the kampung and also the children as well. All right. Okay, now this is a very important estimation project capital. All right. Here, our total is 9,055 and 20. All right. Here is include the fixed cost also and variable costs. Next. All right. In here, our revenue model. Actually, we're building the problem. No, we're not totally depend on what the grant that we're gonna get. That's why we're plan to serve the 50 students across 18 classes, including B40 and M40, as well the registration fee. So the total revenue that we have for our plan is this RM17 and 800. All right. Okay, so this is our kind of financial update. For revenue, there are 4 things that we have discussed here. Revenue, expense, our assets, and also the current balance. Here, our revenue comes from 2 things. The first one is registration fee, and then tuition fee. It is total 410. And then, since our project is start from the cycle 1 last year, and then we still have balance, which is RM 375 and 47. So now, for the cycle 2, we have expend some ringgit, which is RM 537.99 ringgit. So our current balance is 247 in 48 ringgit. Okay, actually none of this happened without a very supportive friends. Thank you so much. Next.
Congratulations on your project. I was very impressed when I first heard it a few months ago, so I'm happy to see some progress.
Thank you, Miss.
A few questions. Can you tell us how you monetize the plastic bottles? And secondly, I want to go back to the budget because you were very fast when you spoke about the budget. Okay, how will this help you increase the number of students? So how many students will you be able to reach with this funding request? How many students are you currently reaching? What modules are you teaching them? And what is your scalability plan in the long term? So over the next 1 year, over the next 3 years, and over the next 5 years.
In cycle 1, the bottle plastic that we get, we collaborate with other club, and so we get the coin from them. But now in cycle 2, we try to produce our own plastic bottle that students bring in recycle items. So every end of the month, we teach the children in recycle class. So they not just bring the bottle, so they are thinking from these recycle items, what items that they can make. So now we are in progress on that. And for the course itself, from this, now we have current students in cycle 1, we have 16 students, and now we have around 6 students. And with this course, we are trying to make more students. That's why one of the program that we mentioned just now, Most Cleaning Day, at the same time we also promote to the students and to the children about our tuition. And the problem that we know when we go to the kampung is that they are not familiar with the tuition class. So that's our initiative, which is Transformer Go to Kampung, where we make a short class there, but still we cost them. And then if with the familiar environment like at most, so if they want to join our regular class, so we offer them to AIU.
1 year, 3 year, and 5 year plan, as well as this one number that jumps, the rent fee. What are you renting?
The LC classes.
Okay.
Yeah, because as now we have the LC give us free, but we have to think about the cost as well.
Okay, I understand. Okay. Okay, 1 year plan, 3 year plan, and 5 year plan. How many students will you be able to reach in the next 1 year, in the next 3 years, and the next 5 years?
For that, we didn't thinking too far, but for cycle, we only focus on cycle 2 first. We try to reach 50 students.
In one of your slides, I think the next one, next, there's a small, Transformer assets. What is that? Okay. Okay. So once you collect, because they use the plastic bottles as a form of currency, right? And then from there they get the rebate. But what do you do with the plastic bottles? You can recycle some, but maybe not all. Maybe you just recycle the caps, or you can sell the caps to your other friends. But what do you do with the other items?
For now, we're planning only take the top of the bottles, and the bottles itself, we collaborate with Daman. So each month, Daman will come to take the bottles.
So they pay you, they get a 10 ringgit rebate for maybe one bag, or how many kilos was it? How many kilos is equivalent to 10 ringgit rebate? Just one plastic bag. And when you sell that to Daman, how much do you get?
Usually 3 ringgit.
3 ringgit.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any other sources of funding, and how have you funded your program so far?
As for now, we only we get the money from the tuition class, and we pay the tutor and buy the material, and the funding so far from the tuition fees.
Sufficient to cover your costs? Okay, good. Good, good, good. So which schools are you operating in today? How many schools and which schools?
We focus on each kampung, not school. Like in one kampung, we have 5 schools. So combine the 5 schools together, but we reach to kampung, not to school.
Okay, good. And with this, you can reach how many more kampong?
We'll try to plan based on most cleaning day, because now, alhamdulillah, we get good feedback that we can go to that kampung regularly to make a tuition class, and then if they familiar with the tuition class, they can come to our AIU to have the tuition class here.
Just now you're asking for the funding about 9,000 ringgit, correct? So from that 9,000 ringgit, how much revenue you can get from there? Because you are providing the tuition is not for free, because you are charging. So with that cost, how much revenue you're expecting to generate? 17,800. So you're making quite a big profit, isn't it? So if let's say the student is paying for their tuition fee, and then why you're still asking for the money? Why you still need that capital?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, because now your revenue generated expecting 17,800, but your cost is 9,000 ringgit. So there is a profit over there. And then how come you're still asking for that 9,000? Because normally when you need fund, it's because you want to expand. And then you need to buy some fixed equipment, which you take longer term to pay back. So because this one, what you're asking for, when I look at it, is mostly on the operating expenses. It's not so much on the investment. So that's why, because that one is supposed to be paid by the student. So this is why I asked why you're asking for that 9,000.
Okay, we are planning to train our tutor, because as now we only call AIU staff, but we want to try to invite guests outside to train our tutor. That some of the cost that we need. Yeah.
And also, we are facing some difficulties to get more students. So that's why, for now, we only have around 11 students from the targeted 30 students. So we are still facing, this is only the estimated if we reach 50 students, the revenue. But now we have not yet reached the 50 student target.
What will happen to this program after you graduate?
Okay, the same question like last presentation comes from you. Inshallah, we have the next generation in AIU, and we also try to build the website. And even though we are, and I was planning that to collaborate with one institution in Indonesia, so we can expand there. Okay, like for me myself, I was in vocational high school, and there is English tuition, but they pay with plastic bottles. So maybe we can combine the idea with them.
What happens, okay, go back one slide. What happens if we don't get the funding today?
What happens if we didn't get the funding? We'll try to get 50 students. Okay, thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.